So you are sworn under penalty of perjury, and we can begin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Anthony Pacheco with Spurtis, Landis, and Josephs. I'm accompanied by my colleagues, Mara Riley and Julia Corbin. And with your permission, we will proceed. Mr. Murakami, thank you for being here today. We appreciate your time. You're here pursuant to a subpoena, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that subpoena was issued in June of 2022, is that correct?
Then I can recall.
And, but you're here pursuant to a court order following the service of that subpoena.
Yes, sir.
How long were you employed with the Sheriff's Department?
I believe a little over 43 years.
43 years, is that?
Yes, sir.
And you were the former Undersheriff of the department.
Yes, sir.
And that was the highest rank that you achieved in the department.
Yes, sir.
And as the Undersheriff, you were the second in command of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir.
And at times you were the acting sheriff.
Yes, sir.
And that meant that when you were acting sheriff, you were the highest ranking member in the Sheriff's Department. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Sir, have you been in communication with Matthew Burson about his testimony before the commission?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Matthew Burson testified that he has known you for decades?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you have known Matthew Burson for decades.
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that he testified before this commission that you have a caveman tattoo?
Yes, sir.
And he testified that you were a member of a subgroup or a clique in the East LA station. Is that correct?
I don't know if he said that or not, but he did say I had an accident.
And let me ask you this. During your tenure in the Sheriff's Department, were you ever a member of a subgroup called the Cavemen?
What do you mean by member?
Well, did you ever affiliate in any way whatsoever with a group called the Cavemen in East LA?
Yes, sir.
And did you, well, what was your relationship with the Cavemen?
Can you supply the question part of our relationship with the game?
What did you do with the Cavemen?
No.
Do you have a caveman tattoo?
No.
Did you have ever, at any time during your tenure in the department, did you ever have a caveman tattoo?
Yes, I did.
Let's talk a little bit about how you got that tattoo. How is it that you got that tattoo?
It would be the same way that April Party explained on the writer tattoo. It's civil service. It had to do with basically taking pride and being recognized as a hardworking deputy.
How was the tattoo applied to your body?
It was on the right hand there.
And to this day, do you have that tattoo?
Yes, sir.
Did you remove the tattoo?
It's no longer there, sir.
Did you alter the tattoo?
It's no longer there, sir.
When did you remove the tattoo?
It's been probably 5 years.
Why did you remove the tattoo?
Because of the negative media and presence being applied have invented.
Other than removing the tattoo because of negative media, is there any other reason why you removed the tattoo?
What do you mean?
Was there any other reason other than negative media that you removed the tattoo?
Well, what to do with the fact like hearing like this where it becomes a negative sound such a tattoo. So it's better not to have.
So did you think that there was anything wrong with having a caveman tattoo on your ankle?
No.
And to this day, as you sit here now, do you think there was anything wrong about having a caveman tattoo on your ankle?
No.
When the tattoo was applied to your ankle, who was present?
That I can recall, it's been probably 40 plus years.
Was it more than one person?
Yes, sir.
Was it less than 10 people?
Yes, sir.
And where was the location, and by that I mean the physical location, not on your body, but the physical location where you had the tattoo applied?
It was a tattoo shop on Whittier Boulevard.
And the 1 to 10 other people that were with you when the tattoo was applied, were they deputy sheriffs?
Yes, sir.
And in that group of 1 to 10 people, were there any women?
No, sir.
In that group of 1 to 10 people, were there any black people?
No, sir.
In that group of 1 to 10 people, were there any gay people?
Nothing.
In that group of 10 people, were there any people in the command staff at, from the sheriff's department present when you got this tattoo?
No,
Who knows that you have a caveman tattoo or had a caveman tattoo on your ankle when you were a member of the department?
I'm not sure.
Well, we know that there was the testimony of Mr. Burson that you had a tattoo, correct?
Yes,
Did the former sheriff, Alex Villanueva, know that you had a tattoo on your ankle?
I believe he did.
Did you have any other tattoos on your body associated with any subgroup or clique in the department?
No,
Did you keep the tattoo a secret for members of the department?
no, sir.
Can you describe the tattoo?
It was essentially a caveman during a club. I believe East Lane, where those cross somewhere with the chest.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It had ELA, East Lane, either across the center of the chest.
Let's see. What color was the tattoo?
It was a standard, it was a
Was it blue?
blue or black, I'm not sure the color.
Okay. Did the tattoo anywhere near the tattoo have a number?
Yes,
And what was that number?
10.
10. And what did that number signify?
The 10th person that they attacked.
And do you know how, and does that 10 signify that you were the 10th member of the caveman?
The 10th person to get attacked.
Does that mean that you were a member of a group called the caveman?
It's difficult when you use the word member, like you're still in some kind of club. It wasn't a club.
Was it a subgroup of people?
That could be probably more accurate, but it wasn't a club per se.
How many members of the caveman were there?
I don't know, sir.
Can you estimate?
No,
Was it more than 10?
I think so.
You know so because you were the 10th member to get in.
Yes, sir.
Was it more than 50?
I assume it was, but I didn't know for sure.
But didn't you see other people in the utility station that had the caveman tattoo from time to time?
No,
Well, you never saw another person, another deputy at the East LA station, in the locker room or otherwise, that had the tattoo of the caveman. Is that your testimony?
well, when you see the locker room or otherwise,
Well, any place at the East LA station, sir. I mean, I'm asking you a question. Did you ever see any other deputy with a caveman tattoo other than yourself?
if you do me a favor, I'm not telling you.
Well, I mean, could you do me a favor and just, look, if you give an answer, you said Mr. Murakami. You basically said under oath that you've never seen another person, deputy, with a K-9 tattoo. East LA Station. Is that your testimony, or do you want to correct it right now, sir?
Yeah, that I don't recall, because as far as the locker room, I've never seen any of it locked, that I've seen it there. Yeah. That can tell you where or when.
You've seen the so deputy himself that the K-9 tattoo.
That can tell you.
You
I
didn't,
didn't. No, sir.
you wouldn't know.
I wouldn't guess.
Well, I'd like your assessment. You seen more than one deputy other than yourself that had a K-9 tattoo?
Probably, sir. It's been over 40 years, so I'd be understanding. Hard to recall anything.
And who actually become it? Or did it get K-9?
That I can tell you.
You wouldn't, you're already.
It's been over 40 years, sir.
What else, what other deputies, you believe came down?
That I can recall, sir.
Don't recall a single one.
No, sir.
Don't recall who after you came.
No, sir.
Why did you?
It's what I testified before, sir, because it signified taking pride in being a good worker.
Would you recognize that there's some deputy clerks that have tattoos? No.
Yeah, I think our plan is to have our very able special counsel finish the question, and then we're going to open it up for all the commissioners to have any supplemental.
On the caveman tattoo that you had, were there any flies or other markings on that tattoo?
No, sir.
And just to follow up on one of the commissioner's questions, you don't remember the single name of any deputy who had a caveman tattoo as you sit here today?
Not that I recall, sir.
What was the selection criteria to become a caveman? If you know.
I speculate as to what I said before, had to do with being identified as a good worker.
And who made this identification of potential members as good workers?
And
Did a potential member have to have a certain number of arrests in order to become a member of the caveman?
nothing worse.
Did a prospect, potential member of the caveman have to have a number of shootings before they could be selected to the caveman?
I've never heard this.
In order for a prospect to become a member of the caveman, did he have to engage in a certain number of fights with people on the street?
No, sir.
No, sir, you don't know, or no, sir, that wasn't
I've
important.
never heard that before, sir.
Was there a fee or a tax in order to become a caveman member?
No, sir.
Did the cavemen in East LA gather at any time together as a group?
Excuse me?
Did the cavemen ever gather as a group in East LA?
Mm,
Did they engage in sports together?
That's possible if we didn't have a softball team and like football team.
Are there any events that the cavemen engaged in that you know about?
No.
Who came up with the name of the cavemen?
That
Was it expected that the cavemen would have each other's backs in the department, support each other?
might have good times.
Were the cavemen loyal to each other?
I believe that's called upon deadly first.
But did the cavemen have a special bond where they were especially loyal to one another?
Yes.
Was it expected that the cavemen would keep secrets from the community?
No, sir.
Did the cavemen publish a roster about their membership anywhere?
Nothing else, sir.
On the sheriff's website, did it list the cavemen as a recognized group in the department? Did the cavemen sometimes subscribe to practices sometimes referred to as a code of silence?
Nothing else.
Did the cavemen oppose civilian oversight?
I don't believe it exists.
When did you first get the document?
Probably 40 years ago.
And you removed it 10 years ago?
I believe I.
5 years.
With the third question. I just want to know, if the police station back then.
I believe he had any advice.
In terms of the cavemen, do you know whether they ever appeared in public events?
What do you mean by that? Very public?
Were they ever known to the public, as far as you know?
No,
What was the highest rank that you had in East LA?
Deputy Sheriff, so.
Did you have a rank beyond that in East, when you were in East Los Angeles?
No,
At the time that you got the tattoo in East Los Angeles, who was your supervisor?
that I can recall, sir.
So what period of time, during what years were you in East Los Angeles?
I believe it was 1983 to 1987.
And in that time frame, 1983 to 1987, what was your role? And by that I mean, did you serve on patrol? What were your job functions in East Los Angeles from 1983 to 1987?
I believe the most, I think two functions. One was, general patrol. The second was the game training.
So from 1983 to 1987, at a time when you had a caveman gang tattoo on your ankle, you worked in gang suppression.
Well, I would refer to that. I kind of object your comment from referring to my tattoo, the gang tattoo, what I had, because,
I don't think I referred to you that way. I just asked you the question whether or not, from 1983 to 1987, whether you worked on the gang suppression, and if at that time you had a tattoo on your ankle of a caveman.
this is like, I kind of know it referred to as a gang tattoo, if you want to call that out, not.
The answer to this is
I
yes.
did have the tattoo, what about the gang?
So I've heard that in East Los Angeles, there was a logo in the station of Fort Apache or something like that. Do you remember that logo?
Yes,
And I understand that that logo had been removed from the station when former Sheriff McDonald was appointed or elected as sheriff. Is that correct?
yes,
And then when Sheriff Villanueva took office, the logo of Fort Apache was returned to the East LA station. Is that correct?
yes.
And it was, where was it displayed?
I'm not quite sure.
Well, if you walked into the station, did you see it? So was it in the back with the deputies?
It would be somewhere in the back.
And what did it signify, if you know?
Well, this is what I've been told. I have no saying. That, the same Fort Apache was found to East LA lines And it's because the station is kind of up on a small hill. So somewhere somehow, some deputies called Station Board of Action. And then the logo of the helmet over the boot had to do with some executive on the deputies keep a low profile. So somebody put a helmet in a boot, signifies that it's a low profile. I mean, that's what it's told, I don't know. Sure.
So did this Fort Apache logo, near it or on it have a helmet on a boot?
Yes,
Help me, what does that mean?
I think what it means is it signifies having a low profile.
A helmet is something that one wears in the military,
No, it wouldn't be a sheriff's officer.
sheriff's helmet. And does let me ask you this, is having such a logo in the police station, is it consistent with the fundamental principles of professional policing, in your opinion?
Well, I don't see a problem with it.
If you're a member of the community, and you see a Fort Apache logo on your police station, are you concerned that maybe the members of the station view themselves as different than the community?
I don't think I take it as.
How else can one pick it?
I see it as a defense logo.
Who is responsible for putting the logo back up in Sheriff's Villanueva's? And
Then, sure.
let me go back to the cavemen. Were the cavemen senior deputies or younger deputies? Do you know?
As far as I know, it would be a mixture, but I can tell you for sure.
Were any of the cavemen at the rank of lieutenant or above?
That was,
Were any of the cavemen at the rank of captain or above?
as a station,
Correct.
that was,
Did cavemen get better work shifts than sort of non-subgroup members?
no,
During 1983 to 1987, do you remember who the scheduling deputy was in East Los Angeles?
no, sir.
Did the cavemen have a shot caller or a leader? Did the cavemen get better promotions than non-cavemen subgroup numbers?
No, sir. Well, I'm not aware of anybody being called a leader. What I'm called.
They do the following, anyway. You can call the leader.
Did the cavemen get better assignments or favoritism than non-cavemen subgroup members? You know,
I'm assuming that they had no purpose in terms of shifting or something.
did you talk to the other cavemen?
Yes.
So you got this tattoo, but you didn't speak to them frequently?
No,
What's the point of getting the tattoo?
again, it's symbolic of basically taking pride in work. There was no, I guess, I don't know if you call it fellowship or talking or getting together.
And there were no women in this group of cavemen, correct?
I heard it was, but I didn't confirm it.
And there were no black members of the cavemen, correct? And there were no gay members of the cavemen, is that correct?
That I don't know, no people, personal preference for sexual orientation.
So this is a group based on hard work and fellowship, I believe you said.
No, sir.
Correct me then.
Hard work and basically it's safe and pride. But what I said that there were no, fellowship in terms of gatherings together, which you're trying to assume.
Okay. Were there, black deputies in East Los Angeles?
Yes, sir.
Why weren't they included as cavemen?
That I wouldn't know, sir.
Wouldn't black deputies potentially have station pride in East Los Angeles?
Yes, sir.
Wouldn't black deputies be hardworking in East Los Angeles?
Yes, sir. But I'll let you know. I don't know if there were any members that were blind. That's what I said. There could have been, but I don't know.
But there were, you would agree that there were, hardworking, prideful members of the department who worked in Los Angeles who were black.
Yes,
And you would agree that there were women who worked in East Los Angeles who had pride in the station and were hardworking. Is that true?
yes,
And yet, those groups don't seem to be represented in the group of cavemen. Is that correct?
I believe they are, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
So as you sit here now, telling me under oath that you think that there were women and black people who were members of the cavemen.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here now, can you give me the name of any woman or any black person who is a member of the cavemen?
No, sir.
Did the cavemen retaliate against any non-gang members? Did the cavemen commit violence against any non-gang members of the group?
No, sir.
As undersheriff, you were responsible for reviewing promotions and suspensions, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you use your position to promote subgroup members over non-subgroup members?
No, sir.
Did you use your position as undersheriff to deny promotions to deputies who did not do what subgroup members wanted them to do?
No, sir.
Why would a young deputy want to become a caveman, as far as you know?
Again, it would be basically being young, being honored with being able to recognize the hard work and dedication.
Do you envision or know about circumstances where senior deputies pressured younger deputies to join the cavemen?
No, sir.
Did anyone pressure you to become a caveman?
No, sir.
You did it voluntarily,
Yes,
and you did it at a local tattoo shop accompanied by 1 to 10 other deputies, is that right?
yes,
Did you do it during work hours?
no, sir.
Were you wearing your uniform when you went into the tattoo shop to get your caveman tattoo?
No, sir.
In your job functions in East LA, after your attire, did you sometimes wear shorts?
No, sir.
Was the caveman tattoo ever visible when you were out on patrol in your functions at East LA?
No, sir.
Would you have wanted the community to see your caveman tattoo while you were on duty as a deputy sheriff?
That's kind of an honorable statement, but as far as the policies are, you can't show any tattoos.
I'm not sure why you think it's an awkward statement, so I'll try to rephrase the question. As you were a deputy sheriff and you were in the community, would you have wanted community members to have seen you revealing your ankle tattoo of a caveman?
I would never do that, sir.
Why?
I don't, it's not for that purpose of flaunting. It's my tattoo, the private one.
It's an interesting choice of words. You said you wouldn't want to flaunt the tattoo. Was the caveman tattoo a badge of honor? In your opinion?
They call it a badge of honor, but again, it was again, indicative of stating pride and being recognized as part of the debt.
But you don't know who recognized you as a hardworking guy who opened up membership to you to this subgroup.
When you say, it's like, it's been over 40 years, so I wouldn't recall anybody, sir.
Was this caveman tattoo the only tattoo that you made on your body? Do you have other tattoos?
Yes, I do.
Any other, what type of tattoos?
This is only supposed to deal with epic games. So.
There's an objection that this is only supposed to deal with deputy gangs. The question is, do you have other tattoos? We don't know what the tattoos signify, so I would ask you to answer that question.
It has nothing to do with the safety, if that's what your opinion is.
What is it?
In terms of, any kind of department affiliation.
What are the tattoos? Other tattoos?
I object, I think it's a policy issue.
I'm not asking for the location of the tattoos. I'm asking whether you had other tattoos.
All the advice my counsel, I'll admit that I do have a tattoo. It's a private matter and nothing to do with the sheriff department.
Well, your counsel objected. He didn't tell you not to answer the question, so maybe he can clarify. Are you telling him not to answer?
I am.
We'll be back here again.
So the question that I have for you on this other tattoo, can you tell me the location on your body where that tattoo is located?
I think my same objection, ongoing objection.
Apologize when it comes to sir.
The advice of your counsel is instructing you not to answer, just so the record is clear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the instruction is don't answer based on privacy. Basis is private. We want to make sure we have the record. The basis is privacy.
Yes, basically it's privacy.
So the record's clear. You acknowledge you have another tattoo other than the KV tattoo. You won't tell us what it is, and you won't tell us where on your body it's located. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
In your time in East Los Angeles, were you a training deputy?
No.
Did you ever provide a training or guidance to deputies in the department at any time when you were in the department?
In what capacity, sir?
In any capacity?
I have worked with younger deputies, yes.
And did you provide training to them?
Not as a training officer.
Were you a mentor to any of the deputies in East Los Angeles or beyond?
Yes.
And did you expect younger deputies to learn from you and from your experience as a deputy?
Yes.
And part of your job as a senior deputy was to provide some guidance to junior deputies. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you ever train at the academy by any chance?
No.
And did you always want deputies, younger and even more senior to you, to adhere to the fundamental principles of professional policing while they were working with the department?
Yes.
And part of that adherence to those principles is to de-escalate sort of situations when deputies interact with the public. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one of the goals is to preserve life if you're a deputy. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So if there's a conflict situation, you expect the deputy to de-escalate the situation so as to preserve life as best it can be achieved in that particular circumstance. Is that right?
It wouldn't be to preserve life, it has to do basically proper conduct, trying to minimize any type of confrontation.
And thus to save lives by minimizing confrontation. Is that right?
If you take it to the extreme, yes.
But I want to talk about some of these other logos that we learned about with this commission. focus your attention on one of the Grim Reapers. Did you ever hear about the Grim Reaper logo and the subgroup?
Yes, sir.
And you heard that they were in the Lennox station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The Lennox station no longer exists, is that right?
Correct.
And so we were talking about the fundamental principles of professional policing. And you've seen the Grim Reaper logo, is that right?
I could have, but I didn't say for sure.
Right, and it's a reaper, right? It's a menacing reaper with some kind of sickle, is that right?
That I can say.
And the Grim Reaper represents that, right? Is that right?
Yes,
And how would that symbol support the fundamental principles of professional policing?
believe it would.
It's a menacing tattoo, and if a sheriff deputy approaches a member of the public, and has a tattoo of a Grim Reaper theme, isn't the community member going to maybe be afraid of that?
That I can.
And so Grim Reaper's inconsistent with community policing, isn't it?
I think the concept you're putting it in is for showing it to the community. All tattoos are not shown. Well, what is considered to be a positive image, the answer would be no.
Well, let's think about the mentality of having a Grim Reaper tattoo on one's body. If you're a deputy and you have a Grim Reaper fixed to your body, does that convey the mentality of community policing?
I think you're broaching into First Amendment rights. Because culturally now, tattoos are a lot more popular amongst the younger people. So, again, the policy we have is that they can't be shown in the public. They need to be covered.
Let's turn to Exhibit 14. Julia, if we can put that up on the screen.
Sure.
And that binder is in front of you, Mr. Murakami. If you turn to exhibit number 14, in it, you'll see a Grim Reaper logo, Lennox and South LA stations. And do you see that one looks like it would be a patch that would be attached to a uniform? And do you see that the other seems to be a medallion that would hang as a necklace? Do you think any of, do you remember seeing that patch?
No,
Would it surprise you if that patch had been attached to a sheriff's uniform?
that never,
That would never happen?
no,
And you believe that? Wow.
because well, that does not allow any type of uniform.
And how about but you don't know whether or not anyone wore that patch on their uniform while in the build. Is that right? You don't know whether or not anyone would wear this medallion or keychain at all, whether they were in the state, when they were in the community as deputies, serving as deputies. Is that correct?
It would.
Are you, are you not, sir, tacitly conveying to young deputies that they are not tasked to preserve life, that they are in a war zone and that they do not have to follow the fundamental principles of professional policing if there are subgroups out there like the Grim Reapers and other subgroups. Sheriff Villanueva made some statements during his testimony before this very body. I'd like to review some of those statements with you. We can turn to Exhibit 4. Do you have that before you? It's an article from Rolling Stone. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
And they recount that the sheriff under oath compared deputy gangs in the sheriff's department to softball teams. And he admits that he never seriously investigated them. Here now, under oath, do you think that sheriff deputy gangs are the equivalent of a softball team?
I'm not sure if I agree that that's what you stated, but I think he's trying to convey the fact that they're not writing.
Well, the sheriffs have badges and guns. Softball teams don't. You would agree with that, right?
18 men in that.
There's fundamental differences, you would agree, between sheriff deputy gangs, cliques, exclusionary subgroups, and softball teams.
I believe he was referring to the farms.
So the departmental softball teams are like sheriff deputy gangs, cliques, and exclusionary clubs.
I believe he's trying to make that comparison like the farms.
Sitting here today, does that comparison make any sense to you?
Yes,
Explain that to me. How does it make sense to you to have that comparison?
I just believe it's more like a gathering of a group of people sometimes. But I think he's trying to know the various connotation would be at the subgroup.
But as you sit here, you don't see any problem comparing the Grim Reapers, executioners, banditos, or any of these subgroups to softball teams in the department.
I just think that the statement itself could be taken out of context.
Put the statement aside. I'm just asking you the question. Do you see any problems with referring to sheriff deputy gangs, exclusionary subgroup, or cliques being compared to softball teams?
I believe in the way he's trying to convey the message. I think that's what he did. And I'm not sure if they have a nefarious purpose.
As a member of the department, did the softball teams play publicly?
Yes,
And did the sheriff deputy gangs ever announce themselves publicly, as far as you know?
you keep using the term gangs, and so I'll call it out again. On subgroups. No, they didn't call it, you know.
So that's a big difference, right, between softball teams and the sheriff's department and these cliques or exclusionary subgroups, is that subgroups operate in court.
I don't know if secret would be the right term.
About confidentially.
Be more accurate on non-public as opposed to confidential.
Interesting choice of word. Non-public meaning only people in the department knew, but the public beyond the department didn't know about the subgroups. Is that right?
That is wrong.
Do you think it's important that the public know about the existence of the subgroups in a robust way so that they can understand what's going on in the department?
I think it's so filed in that, it's hard to clarify.
I am not sure what you said.
It's been so clouded right now in terms of the media and groups like this to kind of take the media and these groups, so it's kind of hard to clarify the truth for the public.
Maybe we can do that. Tell us more about these groups so that the public will know about them. How many of these exclusionary subgroups or cliques are there in the department? How many members of subgroups, of these exclusionary subgroups or cliques are in the department? 5,000?
That's a building, I guess.
Do you know, can you give us any estimate as to the scope of the problem in terms of the number of subgroup members or clique members in the department?
Well, when you refer to the problem, as far as the total number of subgroups and everything, I can tell.
Well, Sheriff Villanueva testified before this body that if the department was to get rid of sheriff gangs, it would be a public safety issue of gargantuan proportions, and that's as reported in this Rolling Stones article. In a revealing exchange, Villanueva declared that if LASD rooted out all deputies based on their deputy gang tattoo affiliations, it would spark a gargantuan public safety crisis. Do you agree with that statement? I'm not agreeing, I'm not asking you if you agree with its reporting, but do you agree with that statement despite who made that statement or didn't make that statement?
It'd be hard to speculate.
Is there any basis for that statement that you know about as the former second highest ranking member of the department?
It's just a personal opinion. As far as members of people.
But as you sit here today, you don't know anyone to quantify to support that statement, one way or the other.
There is a way to quantify, but it'd be a violation of your.
In what way?
You can't walk up to deputies and have them respond back. And respond to talk.
Can you ask them if they were being on?
You keep using the terminology game. The answer is no.
Can you go up to them and ask them if they're in compliance with Penal Code 13670?
Well, what happens then? I think the Oversight Commission has it, and I think we has it, and the board has it. It also came to when there was the complaint about compensation, and they all institutions advocated for affairs of the entire station, interviewed every deputy, every resident staff, and all that. As to their knowledge, and the conclusion was that either had no personal knowledge or they just heard it existed and nothing created.
We don't have a copy of that. We have been asking for almost a year the department to have it to us, and they haven't so much time. They have the record. Go ahead. Check.
Sure. All the details on your information.
That's the first.
You heard that.
Yes.
What's all the details station.
Yes.
Reruns.
Yes.
Are you you're saying that it would not be permitted to investigate the sheriff, whether or not they associated that girls. Action with the state of
I'm not sure as far as legally what the units will be paramount to, but what was done with people starting to chief gave her direction to basically, there were people that we believe were members of the Bandito subgroup. And with the union's permission, we talked to each one and had them voluntarily transfer to the station.
So, okay, what would be as part of that idea with the investigator, so that be able to ask the questions with associate. So,
I think it depends on actually investigation, what you can ask the question.
well, let's say that I'm in a situation that's something. So it would be standard that be okay and $20. So, that, so the scope of
If you refer to the
well, let's all that.
yes,
Some old, some, at the moment.
at the time of that investigation, I'm not sure. Because again, because of what, but now I believe under the current law, and I think you can. But I'm not sure if they can do that.
Didn't get why they didn't do it. Didn't stay old, so, or so. She,
That
you never heard of it. Started to keep us down. No weapons are yet. So, that means you can.
heard
What if you're going to be?
would be March of 2018. December of 2017.
Okay. Very.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. So, Mr. Murakami, I think this is an interesting area to talk about the banditos. And you had clarified just a moment ago that certain of the banditos were transferred out of the East LA station. Is that correct?
I believe they were, I didn't promise them.
With those individuals who were transferred out of the East LA station, where did they go?
They went to different assignments, I didn't accomplish.
So they were moved to other assignments in the same department, in the sheriff's department, is that correct?
Within the sheriff's office.
Let's talk a little bit about Kennedy Hall. You know about an event that happened in Kennedy Hall, September 28th. Did you participate in investigating the events at Kennedy Hall at all?
No, sir.
How did you learn about the events at Kennedy Hall?
Not quite sure.
In 2018, what was your rank in the department?
Initially, assistant sheriff.
And it's a pretty valuable in the sheriff's department in 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
Um, do you think of any legitimate reason why ICIB did not investigate the motive behind the assault, which occurred at Kennedy Hall, in Kennedy Hall, September 28, 2018?
I thought they did.
Did they investigate the motive for the assault?
I believe it is.
And did that investigation look into exclusionary subgroups like the banditos at all?
I was.
Do you think that was a full and wholesome investigation into the events at Kennedy Hall? Do you think that was a full and wholesome investigation into the existence of the banditos in East LA who had a role in the Kennedy Hall assault?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Were the banditos were not investigated as a result of the Kennedy Hall matter, correct?
None.
And the banditos had a hand in what happened in the Kennedy Hall matter, correct?
I believe there were people that had that tattoo that were involved in fights.
But despite that opportunity, the sheriff's department did not investigate the bandito subgroup.
I was.
Did you instruct Chief Person not to investigate the bandito gang connection regarding the violence at Kennedy Hall?
No, it is.
I'm going to ask that we turn to Exhibit 12. And sir, I'm going to ask that you turn to the 5th page of Exhibit 12, which is up on the screen, and if you can make that bigger, thank you. There we go. Sir, I want, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to, do you recognize this particular document?
I believe I've seen it one time before.
And these are the investigator's notes from Investigator Chow. Investigator Chow was the investigator who looked at the Kennedy Hall incident, is that right?
Yes.
And there's an entry on November 27, 2018. You see that at 1300 hours.
Yes.
And you see the language, canceled interviews due to Captain/Chief Person. He wanted to make sure I did not have to ask questions about subcultures groups at East LA Station. You see that language, or EL? Okay. You see that?
Yes.
Did you direct Chief Person to not ask questions about subculture groups at the East LA Station in connection with the Kennedy Hall investigation?
Yes.
Do you know whether anybody gave direction to Chief Person not to investigate the subculture groups in East Los Angeles?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know who instructed Chief Person to instruct Inspector Chow not to investigate subgroups in the East LA Station?
No.
Do you know any reason why a competent investigator wouldn't look at the subcultural groups at East LA Station if those groups were involved in the Kennedy Hall assault?
I don't know whether the law case to stand that question, whether or not the superintendent can file.
Well, if the banditos are involved in the assault that happened at Kennedy Hall, how can the department not look at the subgroup from which they were members?
That's in some respects a part of the litigation
Exactly. Remember when I asked you before, did anyone look at the motivation for what happened in these, that
That's
happened?
kind of officer, what included was the fact that we're all years of the fact that you're talking about Van Eagles being instituted, it was a fun.
There were members, who participated in the brawl who had the banditos, tattooed, correct?
I believe so.
But no one asked questions about the banditos as a subgroup to determine whether that was the motive for the assault that occurred at Kennedy Hall, correct?
No.
Have you reviewed the reports with regard to Kennedy Hall and its investigation? Would it surprise you of the approximately 73 witnesses who were identified by ICID that only one was questioned about the banditos? Would that surprise you?
Not sure.
Would it surprise you to learn that 7 of the interviewees used the term gang or bandito, and of those 7, ICID asked only 2 of the interviews follow-up questions about the banditos? Would that surprise you? Would that cause you to have concern about the fullness and completeness of this investigation of Kennedy Hall? As far as you know, and based on the exhibit that I put up on the screen, do you think there was a code of silence to keep this information from the public about the banditos?
I don't believe so.
Do you think there was an effort by the department not to reveal the existence of the banditos and their potential role, if not direct role, in this fight that happened in Kennedy Hall?
I don't believe so.
Judge Bonner asked you about the executioner's investigation at the Compton station. Did you participate in that investigation?
No,
When did that investigation occur?
probably
Participated in that investigation?
it would be basically, it was an internal paper. Exactly who the investigating were at that time.
Was this under Sheriff Villanueva tenure at the department?
Yes, sir.
And were any deputies fired as a result of that investigation?
I don't believe so.
Were any deputies transferred as a result of that investigation?
Not as a result of this.
Now, the focus was whether some of the deputies were executioners or not. Is that correct?
That's
What was the focus of the investigation?
I believe it came out of the long haul suit, and some other person that led the actor of the group that they call the executioners to find out if they possessed and what their integrity was. And again, that's what he did the entire station.
So was the point of the investigation to determine whether there in fact was a subgroup unknown, say, executioners?
No, it's fine with that. And
I see. There wasn't an effort to determine if there was a exclusionary subgroup or clique in the Compton station. It was really to look at a more limited scope of what their actual misconduct by particular deputy.
well, I think you're so what I said. Essentially, the interviews are station to find the new audiences. But and what they do, really from us, they believe that with people heard about them or didn't know a lot of them at all, but they didn't have firsthand information as far as the system. But it's part of the Compton itself, again, I gave direction to the people party with the permission of the that people we believe that had a tattoo for offered the opportunity to stay from the moment of
Where did they go?
the signs.
All in the department.
Yes,
So people with an executioner tattoo were just reassigned. That was what was imposed as a result of this investigation.
that was part of the investigation.
I see. But as a result of the investigation, what happened is certain deputies were transferred out, but no deputies were terminated.
Well, it's, the point we're asking is the investigation doesn't do with transfers. That's a separate investigation. As far as any terminations, there was nothing to take action because there was no funding. So it came to a point from both at East LA and Compton. We moved deputies out because of native association having that too. That they were about some rings.
I'm going to go back to what's up on the screen as Exhibit 12. Yeah.
So there's an informal investigation. It talks to every deputy at the compensation, and no deputy knew of the existence of any other deputy who was execution. Just want to make sure that's the testimony.
I believe so. I believe, I don't know if there has to be asked for what the line of questioning was, but the way it was agreed to be. That it was not just the deputy, it was actually all the staff and the manager. And yes, the conclusion was that people further group. They didn't know the existed, there was no confirmation, this is the thing.
No, I mean, if it didn't exist, the investigations determined that there was no deputy that was associated with executioners. I'm just trying to correlate that. There were people with an executioner's tattoo found to essentially transfer within the sheriff's department. I'm trying to reconcile those things. Investigation showed nothing, but yet, apparently, because of the investigation, there are a bunch of people that are transferred. First of all, let me ask you, how many people transferred out of the station because the executioners got to do? That's weird.
Yeah. We never actually did the tattoo on anybody, my knowledge. We just believe that maybe they did have a tattoo. Because they're never required to show anything.
Didn't say they were. So my question is, as you approximately how many deputies of the Compton station because they might have an execution tattoo?
Believe me, that doesn't solve it, but it's like.
Oh, I'm not going to ask questions.
I have no
Go
problem.
ahead.
Thank you. Do you know Lieutenant Walden?
What do you mean? I know, yes.
Do you know that he was assigned to Compton?
Yes.
Do you know that he testified before this commission?
Yes.
And do you know that he testified that he was a gladiator in Compton?
Yes.
And do you know that he testified that executioners existed in Compton?
Yes.
Do you know whether this investigation interviewed him to talk about the existence of execution members in Compton?
That
I want to turn to Exhibit 5 in your book. This, I will represent to you, is a a photograph of a leg tattoo on a sheriff deputy of the executioner logo. Have you ever seen that subgroup logo before?
Yes, I,
And is that an executioner logo?
according to the media, yes. I've seen it on actual person.
Okay. Well, how do you know? So the only way you know that this is an executioner's logo is because you read it in the newspaper?
Yes,
Do you know what deputy leg that is by any chance?
yes.
Would it surprise you if it was a deputy Altama?
Could be him, that's true.
Again?
Yeah, it could be.
And is that a fairly menacing tattoo?
Yes, I'm saying.
Fire or some kind of skeletal figure, is that right? Is that what that is? Or what is that? Can you tell it's fire, right? There's flames. Is that a helmet that uh, dog or whatever is wearing? Is it? But you've never seen that before in all of your time in the department.
Seen it through the picture content.
Do you know Jaime Juarez?
No,
Was he you don't know whether or not he was a deputy then?
I know the age.
Do you know that he has testified in litigation that he was an executioner?
I believe so.
Do you know that he had on his truck, we've seen other evidence in front of this commission of that figure on a flag on his truck?
That,
Did anyone in the investigation at Compton interview Jaime Juarez?
that,
Did you know whether or not Jaime Juarez was a scheduling deputy in Compton during this investigation or slightly before it?
as far as I know, there was at some point in time that was scheduled that, yes.
And as a scheduler, he had the ability to assign a shift work for certain deputies. Is that correct?
Yes,
Why yes and no? I mean, he was a scheduling deputy, right?
but there's a change in time to be able to start with that.
So he has an important voice, though, in what shift work certain deputies get, correct?
I believe so.
And if he was, as he's testified, a member of the executioners, he could favor that subgroup over non-subgroup members in connection with their shift work, correct?
In theory, yes.
I want to go back to exhibit 11. Actually, not back. Let's go to exhibit 11. 11. This is testimony in a case by it's in the case of Waldy versus County of Los Angeles, but it is testimony that I want to read to you by one of the department's deputies. The question, is there a voting process for determining who gets to put that tattoo on their body? Jaime Juarez's response, I wouldn't consider it a voting process, no. What is the deliberative process for who gets that tattoo? So the deputies that work patrol, these are the deputies that are assigned to patrol, they would roundtable. Let's say if they see a deputy that's working the field that you know is out there creating arrests, out there serving the public with honor, respect, conducting ethical, proactive police work. That's a leader at the station who mentors younger deputies and treats them both, you know, the public and other department members with respect. Those are the deputies that they would consider to be to offer them that tattoo. So is that how you came about your caveman tattoo? Was that the same deliberative roundtable process that you know? Does it surprise you that Jaime Morris would testify that way about the executioner tattoo that he received?
I don't know, police, the operator.
But some of this testimony overlaps with some of your own. It's hardworking, good deputies that that's how they're selected for inclusion on deputy duty, how they get a tattoo.
You keep using the term deputy gang, and I thought was that term, I don't respond to it.
So you're just refusing to answer the.
Keep using, referring to deputy gang.
I sure am. But let's make it even. How about consistent with Penal Code 13670? Were there any? What was the deliberative process as far as you know for selection for people to get a tattoo? Did it involve this roundtable process that is referenced here in this testimony?
That's what we know, sir.
Did to get a tattoo, was there a voting process before somebody could get a tattoo?
That's what we know, sir.
What would happen if someone got a tattoo and it hadn't been voted upon?
Upstairs.
Were there any people, deputies who had unauthorized tattoos? The testimony continues. Who is they? Who are the they that consider whether or not that deputy will get the tattoo? Answer, the deputies that have the tattoo that still work competent patrol. Is that voting done in person or via phone? Objection, one that I'm aware of were in person. So that talks about a fairly deliberative process. You don't remember any of that when you got your tattoo, correct? Was getting a tattoo a big deal to you at the time? It's a memorable event, correct?
Yes.
I want to focus back on exhibit that we had before, exhibit 12, please. We can go on back to the entry on 11/27/2018 at 1300 hours. I believe in connection with that entry, you said that you did not speak with Captain or Chief Burson. Is that correct?
Person.
Did you ever speak with Chief Burson about his elevation to chief from captain?
On promotion?
Yes. And did you recommend to the former sheriff that Chief Burson be elevated?
Yes.
And did you talk to former Sheriff Villanueva about that promotion in person?
I believe so.
Other than the two of you, was anyone else present?
And,
Do you remember what was said?
no,
And Chief Burson testified before this body that he was promoted one day before he received the order to not investigate gangs in the Kennedy Hall investigation. Do you know that that was testimony?
I am registered.
Would it surprise you that that was his testimony, that he was promoted one day before he received the order to not investigate gangs, law enforcement, subgroup of Kennedy Hall investigation?
Yes, it was.
Do you understand how the community might be suspicious of the timing of Chief Burson's elevation and direction to not investigate Sheriff Deputy?
Possibly, right? Yeah.
I want to take us back to East Los Angeles. Are you familiar with the gang by the name of the Little Red Devils? So were they exclusionary conflict?
Or I can also,
And, did they precede the cavemen or did they come after?
they proceed.
And do you know who preceded the Little Red Devils?
I'm not sure of any of this.
So it was the Little Red Devils, the cavemen, and then the Banditos in terms of order in East Los Angeles. Is that right? Were any sheriff deputies members of both the Little Red Devils, the Banditos, and the cavemen all at the same time?
I'm going to solve.
And is it that not possible because the different gangs timed out after a certain period of time, like the Little Red Devils would go for a certain period of time, and then other groups would come along. Is that how that worked?
I think it had to do with the old people were at the time, they made the transition to different groups.
I see. Do you know how big the Little Red Devils were?
Most,
And do you know the name of any one Little Red Devil member?
most,
Do you know the name of any one Bandito member? You never got a tattoo with the Little Red Devils or the Banditos?
most,
And were you ever a member of the subgroup of the Little Red Devils or the Banditos?
was I remember that group?
Yes. So just so we're clear, you weren't a member of the Little Red Devils or the Banditos. How big were the Little Red Devils in terms of membership?
That is,
How big were the Banditos in terms of membership?
that,
Would it surprise you if it was approaching 60 number?
I'm not sure.
Are any members of the Little Red Devils still in the department generally?
I don't believe so.
Are any members of the Banditos still in the department?
I believe so.
Who are they?
That,
You don't know or you won't say?
I don't know.
Are there any members of the caveman subgroup that are still in the department?
I don't believe so.
Do you know, did former Sheriff Villanueva know whether or not you were a member of the subgroup the cavemen when he elevated you to assistant chief?
That, I don't know.
Did you ever talk to him about it? And when Mr. Villanueva elevated you to undersheriff, do you know whether he knew whether you'd been a member of the subgroup the cavemen?
That,
And you don't recall him asking about your membership in the cavemen?
yes,
Before you promoted any deputy or suspended any deputy, did you ask them whether they were a member of any exclusionary subgroup or clique?
that would be my role.
Okay,
That would be my role.
so the answer is no,
If there was-
but you never asked a deputy sheriff whether they were a member of an exclusionary subgroup or clique.
there's nothing else.
So the answer is no. We can do it.
I didn't do this.
Okay, we didn't. Let's shift our attention to the time that you were city of industry. How long were you in industry?
I believe they did ranks,
Um,
maybe 20 years, they did ranks.
20 years. What was your highest rank in the city of industry?
Taking out.
station captain, the equivalent of like a watch commander?
That's the activity of the part of the station.
Fine. So what's the role of the station commander?
Essentially, it's supposed to be like the chief of police for the county areas and contract cities.
And so your title is station captain or of the industry. That was your high term.
At the station,
Okay. Who did you report to?
it would be, it changed over time, but near the end was Chief Caratara, Commander Destrogan, and Commander.
And at the time that you were in the city of industry, did you ever investigate the existence of exclusionary subgroups or cliques at the industry station?
No, sir.
In your many years in the city of industry and at that station, did you ever hear of a subgroup by the name of the industry Indians?
Yes,
For now, do you know who's a member of the industry Indians?
no, sir.
Can you give us the single name of any member of the industry Indians?
No, sir.
And is that because you refuse or you don't know the name of any member of the industry Indian?
I don't know, sir.
Were you a member of the industry Indians?
No, sir.
Did you interact, as far as you know, with any member of the industry?
They are the deputies, if they're in Indiana.
Did the industry Indians have a tattoo?
I believe so.
Did you ever see the tattoo? You know what the tattoo was?
Or in line with Indian, as far as the way it was.
Had you seen the deputy bearing that tattoo on his hands, face, neck, or ankle, what would you have done?
No, sir.
You know how long the industry Indians existed at the industry station?
No, sir.
Do you know whether the industry Indians still exist at the industry station?
Or in the know, yes, sir.
That they continue to exist at the industry station?
Or in the
How many members are there in this subgroup, the industry Indians?
I don't know, sir.
Recently, there's some press about the industry Indians. Have you seen that press?
Yes,
Are you aware that there was a confrontation between some individuals, deputies who had tattoos of industry Indians and members of the community? Are you aware of that?
yes, sir.
And you're aware that there was a violent incident in February of 2022 with off-duty deputies from industry?
Referring to the same incident?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And that those off-duty deputies were involved in an altercation at the Montclair bowling alley, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And were you aware of the incident in 2022?
No, sir.
When did you first become aware of the incident?
In the newspaper.
So no one in the department told you about this incident until you read it in the newspaper?
No, sir.
No.
Well, what happens is that, the initial incident stopped didn't rise to the level, which would notify me of my rank, and that's all I was notified.
Who would have been tasked to investigate that industry Indians altercation?
More than likely, it'd either be, unit level or internal affairs, depending on the scope of the investigation.
Are you aware that one of the deputies slapped a handgun at teenagers?
In the newspaper.
And are you aware in the newspaper that the group of deputies had been drinking?
According to the news media.
When you read that article, did you decide to learn more about the event?
So,
So the first time you learned about it is, once you were retired.
Yes,
Yeah, did you read in the newspaper that the allegation is that a deputy punched a teenager in the face?
yes,
And you're aware in the press that, that a deputy and a sergeant had, tattoos linked to that, industry engaged, subgroup,
or engaged her.
correct? And you don't know, those particular deputies?
I believe I'm lying.
Do you know whether or not those deputies in fact had, industry engaged tattoos?
No, sir.
Were those deputies hardworking deputies?
I believe so.
Are you aware of, testimony, by, Chief of Staff Larry Delmees, before this commission where he testified that he had been a member of the Grim Reapers and he removed his, tattoo from his ankle?
I believe so.
Uh, do you know any single person who was a Grim Reaper?
According to what you're saying, maybe they're, yes, sir.
Other than, the Chief of Staff Larry Delmees, do you know the name of any other single Grim Reaper member? Let's go to Exhibit 6. Have you ever heard of a subgroup by the name of the Jump Out Boys?
Yes, sir.
Do you know, is that an exclusionary subgroup?
Oregon, sir, yes. Oregon.
And if, Exhibit 6 in front of you and also on the screen, the logo for the Jump Out Boys,
That, no, sir.
you know where they were located?
From what I was told, they remembered the game enforcement team.
In what, station?
I believe something like.
Tell me why.
Yes, sir.
And do you find that, logo particularly menacing with the, skeleton pointing a gun?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the significance of the two cards are? I'm not a poker player, but is that the dead man's hand?
That,
What does OSS stand for?
operating safety.
Operation Safety.
Yes.
Can you, would that be a logo consistent with the fundamental policies of professional policing?
The logo, no, sir.
I want to turn your attention to an event that happened in 2015, the off-duty shooting of a deputy, Travis Johnson. Did you have any involvement with that at all?
No, sir.
Did you investigate or oversee any investigation with regard to that event at all?
Where did it occur?
Kern County?
No, sir.
Had you learned about this or heard about this in the media about the duty shooting in 2015, Deputy Travis Johnson at all in the media or otherwise? Did you hear about
I
that?
didn't know, the answer, see if I heard about it.
You did hear about it?
I'm sure.
Okay. So before I put up the next exhibit, if anybody's particularly squeamish, turn away. I guess you would consider this a trigger warning. If you can look at this Exhibit 7, please. We'll get it up on the screen. Have you ever seen this particular photo before?
No,
Do you know what this photo is?
I believe it's in Margaret School you're talking about.
And this was in the newspaper as far as you remember.
Yes, sir.
And this is a Deputy Johnson's ankle and his, looks like a gunshot wound to his tattoo. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Do you know whether this matter was investigated by the department, either IAB or ICIB?
I don't know, it should have been, yes.
And do you know whether or not the tattoo was shot because it was an unauthorized tattoo?
That I can say so.
We can take that down off the screen. Was there a exclusionary subgroup in the county's jail system called the 2000 Boys?
According to district court, yes.
But as far as you know, you don't have any other information other than what you read in the newspaper about the 2000 Boys?
No, sir.
How about the 3000 Boys? Were they a subgroup in the county's jail system? And do you know anything about them other than what you read in the newspapers?
No, sir. District education.
Once you read about them in the newspapers, did that trigger any inquiry in your mind to investigate the 2000 or 3000 boys?
Can you say that again, sir?
Sure, fair enough. Did you ever investigate the 2000 boys, whether they actually existed?
No, sir.
Did you ever investigate whether the 3000 boys actually existed?
No, sir. That was handled, I believe, by the law administration. So it happened before we came into office.
Okay. But did you ever investigate the jails to determine whether they had any active exclusionary subgroups or cliques?
No, sir.
Did you and Sheriff Villanueva ever make the conscious decision not to inform the public about the existence of cliques or exclusionary subgroups in the department?
No, sir.
And at any time during your tenure as the undersheriff, did you initiate an investigation into the existence of subgroups or cliques in the department?
If it falls, you can get us when we did the IA interviews and compensation.
The internal affairs of compensation was the closest, but that, I believe you testified before, wasn't an exploration into the existence of subgroups in Compton. Am I wrong about that?
It was in terms of finding out the existence of the group and who was it.
I see. But other than that, there was no other investigation that you initiated into the existence of subgroups or cliques in the department.
I'm certain.
And anytime during your tenure as undersheriff, you never investigated to find out the number of people involved in exclusionary subgroups or cliques.
No, sir.
And when I say you, I mean the department. Is that clear?
That's right, sir.
And at any time in your tenure as the undersheriff, you never investigated the impacts on the community that exclusionary subgroups or cliques have on the department.
I'm
At any time during your tenure as the undersheriff, did you facilitate the Office of Inspector General's investigation into the existence or membership of subgroups, cliques?
We provided information, but I'm not sure what you mean by facilitating.
Well, at any time during your tenure in the department, did you obstruct or hinder the Inspector General's investigation into exclusionary subgroups or cliques?
No.
You need a break.
I'm slow longer.
Jacqueline, would this be a good time to take a short break?
Let's take a break.
So why don't we take a 15-minute break?
sorry.
Can we get started? I guess Mr. Bonner had to be, but I think the rest of us are here.
Thank you. Sir, do you understand that you're still under?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to turn to exhibit number 8, and that's up on the screen in part. And we'll represent it to you, but I want you to look at it. That it is a letter from the Office of Inspector General to the former sheriff dated January 19, 2022, requesting detailed information about, in their language, deputy gangs. Do you see that letter?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember receiving that letter?
No, sir.
Do you acknowledge that that letter seeking information about deputy gangs?
And
Do you acknowledge that that letter seeking information about deputy gangs?
yes, sir.
And we're going to turn to exhibit number 9. You can turn to that in the binder, and then it'll be in part on the screen. It's a letter from you dated February 10th, 2022 to Max Huntsman, the Inspector General. Do you see that letter?
Yes.
And you see that it's in response to the January 19, 2022 letter?
Yes.
And do you see that it's a letter affixing on page 2 your signature, Timothy K. Murakami?
Yes.
And it's signed in your role as Undersheriff.
Yes.
And in that, does that help you remember the January 19 request?
No.
Do you remember this letter, the February 10, 2022 letter?
No.
And do you remember refusing to provide information to the Office of Inspector General with regard to deputy gangs?
I believe I think all the information that he wants, so we can provide.
So the way you read your February 10 letter was that you had already provided the information, so you weren't going to provide it again?
I believe so, but I can tell you.
And then I'm going to ask you to turn to exhibit number 10 in your binder. We'll put that in part on the screen. And I will represent to you that exhibit 10 is a letter dated March 21st, 2022 from the Office of Inspector General. And it is signed by the Inspector General Max Huntsman, requesting the same information he requested in January of that year, to which the department responded to your letter that it would not provide. And it also addresses on page 4 that that they have not received the information that that the department said it had already produced. In fact, in the second line on page 4 of the second paragraph, it says, well, the first line, Undersheriff Murakami's letter contends that the OIG is requesting records it already possesses or has viewed. This is inaccurate because OIG is requesting many records that it does not have. And moreover, the Sheriff's Department is required to produce all records related to OIG's section 13670 investigation, including records that's provided previously. So OIG can ensure the production is complete and that there is a clear trail of documents and information produced to the department pertaining to this investigation. So, sir, do you contend that the department provided the materials despite the OIG's March 21 correspondence?
I believe it did.
So in response to this March 21st letter, the department did not provide any additional materials to the OIG, is that correct?
I am very sorry.
Was this a instance where the department refused to provide materials to the OIG in its investigation of Deputy Gaines?
Well, I believe that he was provided information, and I heard it goes to the extent that he is requesting. But I know that I believe it was €100, I think. We had to get it back to try and force us and OMG. Just for this very reason, they said they didn't see something that we could verify it.
So do you believe Mr. Huntsman's statement that this is inaccurate because OIG is requesting many documents it does not have is inaccurate? Do you think his statement's inaccurate in that letter?
I don't believe so. I think
Did you write back to him in response to Mr. Huntsman's March 21, 2022 letter?
that ever possible.
Did you ever provide additional documents on behalf of the department to the OIG in connection with its investigation of Deputy Gaines?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what he's getting. It's been by different levels in the department. So.
Did you oversee the production of any documents in connection with this body's investigation of Deputy Gaines?
No, sir.
Are you respectful of civilian oversight over law enforcement?
We are respected.
Do you believe civilians have a value and responsibility to oversee law enforcement?
Yes.
And do you believe that they should have access to important documents and materials so that they can exercise that function responsibly?
It depends upon the legal limitation what they can and cannot see.
Putting apart personnel records or things prohibited by law, isn't there information that the department can provide that will shed some light on this issue of Deputy Gaines?
I think so.
And yeah, the department did provide that information to this body.
Then sure, so.
And the department did not bend over backwards to provide information to the Office of Inspector General. In fact, in response to their written inquiries, did not provide additional material. Is that true?
Then sure.
And you would acknowledge that Penal Code 13670 requires the department to provide records as requested by the Office of Inspector General, don't you?
I'm not sure what the standing requirements.
Let's take a look at it. It is Exhibit 3. And let's go to the bottom, focus on the bottom. I'll better read it from this copy. It says in parts or toward the end of that statute, Penal Code 13670, a law enforcement agency shall cooperate in any investigation into these gangs, their word not mine, by an inspector general, like Huntsman, the attorney general, or any other authorized agency. Do you see that language?
Yes.
So when this law was passed, this is a law that the department focused on, right? This was a relatively recent law and caused some review by the department.
I think the problem will be run into maybe a difference of opinion within the highlighted area and the definition of what a deputy gang is.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. Let's go up to the first part. And so law enforcement gang is defined as a group of peace officers within a law enforcement agency who may identify themselves by a name and may be associated with an identifying symbol, including, but not limited to, matching tattoos, and who engage in a pattern of on-duty behavior that intentionally violates the law or fundamental principles of professional policing. Do you see that language?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty broad language, right? So this would apply to any instances, you would agree, that where there's a negative impact on the fundamental principles of professional policing, correct?
That's a matter of interpretation.
Where? Let's look at that language. It's pretty clear, isn't it, that it applies to any gang who engage in a pattern of on-duty behavior that intentionally violates the law or fundamental principles of professional policing. You see that language?
It goes further.
Including but not limited to excluding, harassing, or discriminating against any individual based on protected category under federal or state anti-discrimination laws, engaging in or promoting conduct that violates the rights of other employees or members of the public, violating agency policy, the persistent practice of unlawful detention or use of excessive force in circumstances where it is known to be unjustified. And it keeps going. That's pretty broad. It's not
That goes into what you mean by what it means, professional policing, kind of define.
right. So your view is this is a narrow statute. Is it your view that this is a narrow statute, that it doesn't apply to deputy gangs? I'm just trying to understand your view.
Depends upon how you define deputy gangs. Usually a broad definition which doesn't apply.
But isn't law enforcement gangs a broad definition under Penal Code
No.
1367?
If you read the whole sentence, reading.
I see. Is that why you didn't investigate these subgroups and cliques, because this language you think is not precise?
It's part of the investigation, you need some kind of criminal violation or violation of policy in order to look at their work.
Oh, but it doesn't require a violation of policy. Yes, it does require in some instances if there's a violation of law, it applies. But also, it also applies if there's a violation of fundamental principles of professional policing, right?
That's what's defined in the following sentence, what they mean by that.
Right, in a very broad way, right?
It's the pretty list of what they're talking about. Professional policing.
I think we'll part company, but we'll leave it to the language of this statute. It's being very broad. Sorry, what's that?
We can agree to disagree.
I think we're disagreeing. Seems to be a very broad statute, but you're saying you read it very limited way. And because you read it in a limited way, did you then refuse to produce documents to the OIG? Is that?
We gave them documents, so it's not sure.
Did you ever go to county council to get some guidance on the legal interpretation of this particular statute? I'm not going to ask, I'm not going to ask what the county council told you, but did you go to them to ask for their interpretation of California Penal Code 13670?
Believe so. The Constitution policing person and also standing down.
Did you go to the constitutional policing person?
I believe so.
And who's that person?
That the European Parliament.
And when did you go to that person? Without saying what you talked about.
That
Did you go to county council to discuss California Penal Code 13670?
I believe so.
Who did at county council's office did you speak with about section 13670.
I can say for sure, I'm assuming we're gonna live on.
Coming in.
Lisbon's gone.
Anybody else in the county counsel's office that you spoke to about 13670?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any emails, texts, post-it notes, or other communications with county council about the application of California Penal Code section 13670?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any text, emails, written communication with the Office of the Inspector General, other than the letters we've seen about the breadth of California Penal Code section 13670?
I don't believe so.
And you're not a lawyer.
Excuse me?
You're not a lawyer. During your time at the department, did Sheriff Villanueva ever direct you not to investigate the existence, scope, membership, or actions of subcliques or subgroups in the department?
No, sir.
And by the way, since that language is up on law enforcement, you see the language that where it says that a law enforcement gang, it says who may identify themselves by name and may be associated with an identifying symbol, including this language, but not limited to. So when it says but not limited to, that's a broader expression of that language rather than a narrow expression of language. Would you agree?
Not quite sure.
During your time at the department, did the former sheriff Villanueva ever direct you to not investigate the impacts of sheriff deputy gangs, subgroups, cliques, or law enforcement gangs on the community? Um, certain sheriff personnel have spoken to the press, such as the New Yorker, Knock LA, the LA Times, and to this body, how they've been targeted by exclusionary subgroups or cliques in the department. Are you aware of any of those types of allegations?
Yes,
And what did you do in response to any allegations of retaliation on deputies by any subgroups or cliques?
I believe that each complaint was investigated by criminal affairs.
Did you direct any of those investigations?
No, sir.
What were the findings of any of those investigations?
I believe they came up with no evidence of any type of harassment. And I believe all those allegations were taken civil suit for the policy.
Was anybody, any deputy, or any personnel in the sheriff's department harassed as a result of their cooperation with this body?
No, sir.
And do you know of any deputies or staff in the department who were harassed as a result of their cooperation in any inquiries about subgroups or cliques?
No, sir.
Do you know whether or not former Sheriff Villanueva ever attempted to become a member of a subgroup or a clique?
No, sir.
No knowledge of that. Do you think it's inconsistent with the fundamental principles of professional policing to have groups in the department that exclude women, Black people, and gay people?
I never heard of anybody being excluded. It would be wrong, if that's true.
And it would be wrong such that it would violate the fundamental principles of professional policing, correct?
Yes,
And do you think that it enhances community police relations for the department to have groups that exclude women, Black people, or gay people?
you're making an assumption. If true, yes, it would not be good.
Do you think it's illegal for cliques, operating, in the sheriff's department to exclude women? If you know, again, I'm just making it aware, but do you know if it's illegal for cliques operating in the sheriff's department to
I
exclude?
don't think it'd be illegal. Um, but it was, I'm not sure why, but I'm thinking it's against the law, the private.
Well, do you think it's illegal for cliques operating in the department to exclude black people?
I'm not sure that if the word illegal would apply.
Same question, do you think it's illegal for cliques operating in the sheriff's department to exclude any member of the LGBTQ community?
I'm not sure if that'd be illegal.
Do you think it's consistent with the fundamental principles of professional policing to investigate complaints about the existence of subgroups that exclude black people, women, or gay people?
Excuse me, can you ask that again?
Of course. Do you think that it's inconsistent with the fundamental principles of professional policing to investigate complaints about the existence of subgroups that exclude black people, women, and gay people?
I believe that if a complaint of that nature is received, it should be investigated.
Would you view this commission's actions as that kind of a complaint? And this kind of desire to investigate?
You're giving us, there's no, official allegation of exclusion of any group. Right. That people party, testified about exclusion, but lots of people, if you have a federal station tattoo. So that itself is proven and no year, from which is okay, but that's your,
All right, well, let's talk about that then. You said that April Tardy has a station tattoo, correct?
just
What's the tattoo of?
it's a symbol B. I don't know if it is in the station tattoo.
Is Temple be a exclusionary subgroup?
Your definition is,
Do you know why she got that tattoo?
he stated that same thing that I said, and he was taking pride and, being considered the deputy.
Did you ever talk to April Tardy about the tattoo?
No,
Did you ever hear from her why she got the tattoo or didn't get the tattoo?
no, sir.
Did you ever see her tattoo?
No, sir.
Was the subgroup in Temple a violent subgroup?
No, no, sir, no.
Um, Do you know any members of the subgroup in Temple Station?
I just stated one, but others I'm not sure, sir.
So other than what you stated about April Tardy, do you know any other member of the Temple subgroup?
No, sir.
And you never looked into it further to investigate members of the Temple subgroup?
No, sir.
Would you agree that subgroups, exclusionary subgroups, undermine the chain of command and discipline in the department?
It should not impact chain of command or discipline.
Have you ever heard of subgroups engaging in work slowdowns in stations if they don't get what they want?
Well, if you were to East Lang Front, and I'm at April Party, research that, and it's proven that looking at zero. Also,
If there were, and who investigated that? You said April Party?
April Party had, she gave direction at them, but both East Lang Front and because her allegation was told down, I had her into it. And both of them showed there was no worse.
Was that in a written report?
I believe so.
And what group was involved with April Tardy investigating the work slowdown?
It would be her, chain of command, the commander or captain giving direction that, staff
Did,
stated.
did internal affairs or any other group look at the work slowdown issues?
Um,
Did you ever, initiate an investigation into subgroups and, their use of excessive force against citizens?
That I ever indicated in terms of.
Do you know whether anybody in the department initiated an investigation about subgroups and their, use of excessive force against citizens?
There's. You're trying to think too, I know there's an investigation when it comes to excessive force. But any correlation between that and subgroup, I'm not sure, has ever done. But I did have risk management bureau look into the correlation between officer wrong shooting and the alleged members of different subgroups. And we found a correlation.
They found a correlation?
No,
No correlation. And was that a written report?
yes, sir.
And who conducted that investigation?
Yeah, the risk management.
Who at risk management conducted that investigation?
I can't remember, it's just a matter of now on fire.
When was that conducted?
Years ago.
And was it, a particular station or stations that were reviewed?
I want to look at it over, I believe it had to do with civil suit, but I couldn't recall that. It's been a while.
So was it done in connection with civil suits, but not a larger inquiry into the issue?
I think so, I didn't claim.
Okay. As undersheriff, or at any time in the department, you didn't refer law enforcement, gangs, subgroups, cliques to the California Attorney General for investigation. Is that right?
No,
No, sir, you did not refer. You did not refer any, subgroup or clique issue or issues to the Federal Bureau of Investigation for investigation.
I believe, well, I think that we discussed both the allegation of confrontation and easily invaded the FBI and did whatever data we had.
But did you ever go to the FBI and say, can you assist and look at this greater issue about exclusionary subgroups or cliques in the department?
The department is a full no, we just haven't, they're looking at easily, together.
Do you think that the department can capably, fully, completely investigate subgroups and cliques in the department generally, internally?
Can you answer that again?
Sure. Do you think that the department can fully, completely, capably investigate itself as it relates to subgroups and cliques?
Yes. I think there could be an unbiased investigation, but again, you run into the problem with employee rights. You know, where you're gonna run into issues.
Right. So now I hear you about challenges to investigation, but my question is slightly different in that is, do you think that the department can police itself in that, can it investigate subgroups and cliques, fully and fairly?
Yes, I do.
Who in the department, what group would be responsible for such an investigation if one was ever conducted?
Well, the internal affairs, if there's any type of policy violation, you hear a criminal, if any criminal case.
The investigations that you think of, though, relate to specific misconduct, as opposed to sort of a general inquiry about whether a subgroup police exist in the department. Is that right? Is that how you view it?
I'm not gonna find the other things.
You never directed and don't know about any investigation overall about subgroups or cliques in the department, correct? And do you think that the department will ever be in a place where it will investigate itself fully, completely, as to subgroups and cliques?
That I'm sure.
And you're not sure why?
because the fact that there's Sheriff Lewis in charge now, and I know he's, concerned about any legal boundaries, so he can't have this fight. I think there's
So do you think an outside agency is needed in order to get to the bottom of this problem in the sheriff's department about subgroups and cliques?
could be. Like I said, I'll get a back and look into, he's still in Congress, I mean, he's still in Congress. Like I said, we gave everything we have, so it's an open investigation.
As to, did you ever refer any matter in your role in the sheriff's department to the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office for investigation? Connection with subgroups. And as undersheriff, did you ever refer any subgroup matter to the LA District Attorney's Office for prosecution? When you were the undersheriff, were any deputies terminated for participation in sheriff deputy gangs, subgroups, or exclusionary groups?
I don't know.
As undersheriff, did you ever direct ICIB or IAB to question deputies about their participation in exclusionary subgroups or cliques?
I don't know something.
Did Sheriff Villanueva do so?
I don't.
When were you promoted to Assistant Chief of Patrol Operations?
I think you need a sheriff.
Yes.
That would have been December 2017.
And when did you first learn that you had been promoted to Assistant Sheriff?
It wasn't that much before that, you know, when I was promoted.
Who told you that you would be promoted?
Sure, yeah, well,
When did you actually first start in your role as Assistant Sheriff?
that would be because bonds, I believe, in December 2017.
And you were promoted 3 ranks at once from captain to Assistant Sheriff, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then shortly after that, you were elevated to Undersheriff in March of 2019, 2018. When were you told that you would be? Sorry.
We might need to do some notice on when, it's like a sheriff. You would like, December 2018. Served as sheriff 2019, 20, 21, 22, December 22, he lost election. I was trying Sheriff Lewis became sheriff. So, you know, we just like any talk goes. It's but when I'm saying when he was like the sheriff, he left the sheriff in December 2017 and it was 18, 19, 2020. And did I just put that up? Yeah, elected for you. So December. We're all different.
When were you told that you were first elevated to Undersheriff?
That would have been in March. Yeah, I believe. 2018, is it 19? Okay, 2019.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the.
Who told you that you would first be elevated to Undersheriff?
Sheriff was.
At some point, Sheriff Villanueva appointed you to the Truth and Reconciliation panel, correct?
Yes.
And you oversaw that panel?
42, 44.
Court order for this is what you think, protecting gangs. What does that have to do with every gangs?
You have to do with WD.
Yes, he did.
Do you know Carl Mandoyan?
Yes,
Was he a Grim Reaper?
I believe so.
Let's go to exhibit 14. And exhibit 14 was the logo we looked at. That's a Grim Reaper logo. Do you know whether Mr. Mandoyan had a Grim Reaper tattoo?
And
And Mr. Mandoyan was affiliated with the South Los Angeles Station of the Sheriff's Department. And his matter came up for review before you, correct?
Susan,
His matter came before review in front of you on the Truth and Reconciliation
yes,
panel. Who sat on the Truth and Reconciliation panel with you?
is myself, it's hard to recall now, but the assistant sheriffs, chief bureau, and over internal affairs. Also there.
How frequently did it meet?
That's the person who comes.
Who came up with the name, the Truth and Reconciliation Committee?
I believe that there,
Sheriff Loyola.
yes,
And was this Truth and Reconciliation Committee created just to handle the Mandoyan matter?
no, sir,
Did it handle other matters?
no,
It was disbanded at some point, correct?
yes,
Why?
because of the, I believe the county entered a lawsuit or somebody did regarding the farm land.
And what was the issue with regard to Mr. Mandoyan in the Truth and Reconciliation Committee? or panel?
Whether or not that he got a fair review and exculpatory evidence was being excluded.
What was the review? Was it the review of his history of criminal violations?
And we didn't look at anything additional, we just looked at the case itself.
And what did the case itself involve?
I think now we're getting into this. Law. Personnel file.
Let me put it this way. Had Mr. Mandoyan been terminated from the department at some point,
Yes,
and then he appeared before the panel that you chair, and he was reinstated, is that correct?
he didn't appear, but his case was on review. And then yes, he was reinstated.
And you knew at the time that he was reinstated that he was a member of the Grim Reaper.
Even when you asked me, did I know? I can't say I know, but that's what people were saying. It might have been in the media reports.
If at the time that you were chairing this panel, had you known he was a Grim Reaper, would you have reinstated?
Yes,
In your time at LASD, did you ever discriminate against someone on the basis of race?
no,
Did you ever use racial epithets or ethnic slurs to describe your subordinates?
I think it's out of the soul, but,
You're the answer.
Fort order of the
Deputy, one person gangs discriminate based on race and gender. Definition.
Question becomes in terms of racial epithet. Uh, Let me ask you this way. Are you aware of two public lawsuits, one by Carlos Carga and one by Tracy Stewart, against the department based on their work at the industry station and their involvement with you?
So relative to that, there are two protective orders that are in place for each of those, not to discuss the content of visuals.
Why don't we do this?
It's publicly available information, you don't need to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the complaints are,
Why didn't you report it?
Just tell you, there are protective orders that are in place for each of those that have been issued by the court.
and is, just so that we're clear here, did Mr. Murakami sign on to those protective orders?
I believe this council.
And so you have counsel in connection with the law.
I've been given direction by his counsel in those. Then what he can answer, so. Respond to that, but I know that he limited answer the questions.
Here's what I would recommend. Let's now take our 10-minute break and we'll come back and, because I have some thoughts about it.
I'm sure it's, I'm looking to protect it.
Right.
Testing, we are testing audio.
Mr. Special Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have one additional document. We're going to label it in order in our binder, number 17, and we'll hand it out now.
Sure.
Mr. Murakami, I'll have enough time for you and your counsel to review what's been marked as exhibit number 17. And I'll ask you questions about it. I will just represent, for purposes of the record, it is a letter from County Council dated March 6, 2024 to the Commission's chair in response to a Public Records Act request attaching information that was provided in response to that request. Sir, have you had the opportunity to review Exhibit 17?
Yes.
And I know that you wouldn't have seen the March 6, 24 letter. I just wanted you to see it, that this is material produced in response to a public records act request. Do you see that letter?
Yes.
And attached to it is the Sheriff's Department, there's two documents. And those are, have you ever seen those two documents before?
I don't believe so.
And are you familiar with the County Equity Oversight Panel?
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It's a panel that reviews allegations of, policy of equity, being made as department.
And in September 2020, that panel concluded you violated the department's policy against racial discrimination and harassment. Is that correct?
I do believe that.
One that provided that, these documents are part of this personnel file, which is protected under E. Well as information 33 with the consent dealing with these options.
Mr. Murakami, I want you to look at the document dated September 15, 2020, from Scott Gage, the commander of South Patrol Division, to the County Equity Oversight Panel. And there were two allegations against you that the panel considered. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And one of the charges was unfounded, the policy of equality discrimination based on race and sexual orientation. Is that correct?
And what's it in the book of instruction that these are privileged documents related to the personnel. You have. So, appropriate to the question about this.
This is a public document that was produced last night by the county council pursuant to a public records act. Request is a public document.
Mr. Murakami, does this document reflect that there was the panel found that it was unfounded that you had violated the policy of equality discrimination based on race and sexual orientation?
Once again, while it has been provided, I agree with the county council's determination that it is not exempt. It is still exempt and privileged pursuant to 832.7, as well as government code section 3300.7 related to peace officers programs.
Yes, sir.
I'm seeing that it's appropriate for him to be present and vote privilege at this time.
Are you refusing to answer based on instruction from your counsel?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to ask you a series of other questions. And if you follow the instruction, that's fine. We'll just make it clear on the record. Is it true that on September 15, 2020, or thereabout, that the County Equity Oversight Panel found that the charge against you for policy of equality, inappropriate conduct toward others based on race was founded?
And same objection. Fine.
Are you going to refuse to answer, sir?
Council issue.
And do you see where the panel had recommended a written reprimand to the Sheriff's Department of you based on their findings? Do you see that?
I'll reiterate the same objection. advice, my client.
And are you following the advice of the council not to respond?
Yes,
And is it true that despite the recommendation of the county equity oversight panel to institute discipline in the form of a written reprimand for violation of policy, inappropriate conduct toward others based on race, that the department nonetheless refused to impose any discipline?
once again, I'll approach the same exact advice, my client.
And so based on your advice of counsel, you're not going to respond, is that correct?
Yes,
Mr. Kennedy, I don't have further questions at this time.
Okay, so I guess sometimes you don't think the county councils. They've been cited as reason for all kinds of things today, but at the end of the hearing, the county councils produced these documents, they lived and said they're public records. Not going to answer questions. Public records produced me nothing.
that's not personal counsel, Mr. Chair. My interpretation is completely different. So, while I respect, you know, as a lawyer, in personal counsel, I will hopefully follow my lead.
No, I'm not getting them right here. Yeah, a prior witness appeal. It's ridiculous. And county council, hasn't this been released at the public record? No, I'm not there.
Good afternoon, Eric Kirby from County Council. We're liaison division and yes, as the shows in the letter from County Council, this comes along with labor and was signed off. Labor argument, this is request involving.
So there's no bar to simply releasing this public record that the witness will not answer about in on the advice of counsel. It's the public record.
Yes. Record and I do believe that these records division that.
Okay, so make it part of the record.
I would know that typically something like this, there would be notice of release so that we would be able to object to any release of it. That was not done. That forward if there was ever notified, this would be considered for release, which I believe is a violation of his rights under 830.7 again. And government code section 33. Jack said he would be sort of this.
Well, I apologize. I literally got this last night. I would assume they would have told you all. And you now have it, right?
I now have it, and now I will therefore my objection that I don't believe. So if you go to a public violation.
Well, I guess we'll find out one way or another later on. So I'm going to treat it as a public record and make it a part of our here. And Mr. Pacheco, thank you so much. Do you have anything else?
Nothing further.
Commissioner questions?
Yes.
Sir, you mentioned that you received your invite to join the deputy gang. But did you ever consider who recommended you or how you got the award?
No.
So you just received the award, had no idea who gave it to you, who recommended, what criteria? And then I had another question. You constantly refer to the permission of the union. I am very concerned about who was running the department. You as under deputy or the union?
That's a misinterpretation. Sorry that he did it that way. We deal with the unions, we have employee rights. We can't violate the rights of the union to play. Oh, we're not afraid of the unions. But again, if the cause is not providing personal rights, which I think you respect, that's the issue, not the unit itself.
Management rights is what I'm talking about. You kept making statements, I have to get the approval of the unit. To manage a department, units don't tell companies or corporations how to manage employees or manage their business.
Again, I think you're misinterpreting what was said. They're not telling us how to leave the department or decision you made. There's certain things where there's a piece off the Bill of Rights. That if we infringe upon it, one, the thing will be tossed down, and two, we're going to be held to civil liability.
Now, the other question I have, you made statements that you weren't aware of a lot of things going on in your department, like the Kennedy stuff, you wasn't aware of the Compton stuff. But as the undersecretary under deputy at the top, how can you not know what's going on in the department?
It depends on what matter, because what happens is that, you understand, we got 18,000 employees, and there's a chain of command. Certain things like, when Mr. Pacheco talked about something dealing with the deputy, it doesn't rise to my level. You know, in charge of managing the department. Those things are handled by captains, commanders, and depending upon the level of the issue, it'll come to my level. A lot of things never reach my desk.
Well, when things hit the newspaper and the world, you mean you're not concerned about looking at the reports and reading them for yourselves and then questioning what really happened?
We do.
I didn't get that based on your answer.
Well, what happens is that one thing, no insult to the media, but the report is not always the truth. The incidents are handled at unit level investigations or maybe even the command staff, which I don't involve at the end, I agree, whether it's true or not true.
I understand that, but the fact you do get a written report, you get a brief, you read it, do you question some of the stuff in there? Especially when they ask you about whether or not the deputy gangs were investigated, did this seem unusual? Was the leg tattoo shot off? Was it investigated? Their answers was like, I'm the second top man in command, but I don't know.
The thing about the allegation of shooting the tattoo, I think it happened in 2015.
Well, before you.
Yeah, waiting for me, so I was aware of it. And if, based upon the report, that's insane. You know, if that means allegations are true, that's insane. And what happens is that there's some things you might say, for instance, there's an incident in College Station where two deputies got in a fight, there's allegation might have been fight in one of the police there. We investigated, we gave the case to the FBI. You know, so a lot of these cases that are controversial, my guy was initiated. We were bringing the FBI in because we wanted things to eyes to hold us accountable. And immediately we offered them to take it over. You know, they do, well, if they see a civil violation, federal law, they take it back to us. But we brought them in early on a lot of things, if any allegations that have been misconduct.
Now, when you transferred people from the Compton station and the East LA station, did you get permission from the union before you transferred those people?
What happens, the problem you have is that there is no proof of misconduct or they're illegal or violation of policy. We just believe they're affiliated with groups and for this interest of everybody, if they move into the area to get on the station. And then what happens then, we had to bring the union in, because there's employee rights, we can't force them. So all the moves that were out of Compton and East LA did were voluntary. You know, that's where the union came involved. We want to encroach on employee rights.
No other questions, Sandy?
Yeah, let's follow up on the voluntary, because that was very important information I received about the movement folks out of, today's demonstration. So, when you say it's voluntary, how does it, I mean, how will a group of people decide voluntarily that they don't want to be there anymore? Send me somewhere else. What's that process? There must have been some discussion. Some, you know, it's not working here, you're not working here well. We have to take this act, but we recommend you consider, what could you explain the process?
Well, at the time, before Party was the chief over Central Patrol, we both had Compton and Eastern Station. I talked about what we needed to do. She personally went down there and met the deputies along with the union person. The union person didn't really interject. He was there to witness the conversation that we were having. We just let the deputies know that it's probably better for us, better for the department, if you go somewhere else on the station. So that's what the voluntary thing, we couldn't force on them, but they left voluntarily.
Still puzzled by that kind of behavior, but you know, that also, okay, we're recommending that you leave. But you can do it on your own volition, which is fair. Union is there to make sure there's no real coercion, but there seems to be, in my view, some coercion, even if it's informal. And that because, in a sense, because there were reasons. And how many people were transferred? Do you remember?
Now, pause, I'd be guessing at best, but maybe it doesn't.
It doesn't, yeah, I think that's what I remember too, yeah. Thank you.
So, I believe you said that when you got to tell to the one to 10 deputy president.
Yes.
Oh,
You're talking 4 years ago, and I'm, no insult to anybody, I don't catch a case on this, but I'm not old man.
well, you remember getting that.
Yes, I did.
Have you ever heard of an inking party?
Just in the media, they follow that, but I never heard it from before that.
Never heard of something. And people present you were getting tattooed, you know, they thought like an inking party. You know, they thought it was like an inking party.
There was 6 to 10 that were present, but didn't label it anything, was a tattoo party.
What's the difference between, in your mind, the difference between the caveman and this?
Well, everything's based upon what I read in the media.
No, outside of the media. In your mind, what's the difference between a caveman and this? Yeah.
I'm not quite sure, because I don't know that much about the executioners. You know, as far as what they're accused of doing certain things, but I'm not fully aware of the circumstances are. As far as some other tattoos, there's no allegations of anything. So that's the difference would be, I think.
The transfer that you were talking about, how does that fix the problem if you just transfer these people from the station to another, out of their commission?
Well, in our belief, it's just a couple of things. If they got recognition at station, moving to them somewhere new, you know, that they're the same recognition, but also the fact that, if they ever got into any type of, trouble, you know, the fact that they have a station tattoo will multiply the problem.
But isn't this a message to other deputies that you engage in this behavior? The worst thing that happened is you get transferred to another station. Not the discipline.
The problem you have is that you can't discipline them for having a tattoo. It's not a violation.
What if they're in violation of a policy within the department?
Then they'll face discipline.
I think there were questions about court silence. Is that immediate terms?
It's adult concern.
Have you heard of it within law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
It exists within law enforcement.
You said I heard of it.
Does it exist within law enforcement? Is there like a court silence in law enforcement or that's immediate?
I think in any profession, even in the medical profession, there's some limit of people that don't want to talk.
So in law enforcement, you're the post office.
Heard it, some people don't want to say anything.
Mr. Murakami. Mr. Murakami, you mentioned during your testimony here today, 6 times the name of April Tardy, and you made a 7th reference to her in the answer to a question just now. And I'm curious, is your reference to her repeatedly, is that accidental or intentional?
It's factual.
And is your reference to her and alleged gang tattoo, is that in reference to anything that you have observed directly, or is that just what we read in the media about her tattoo?
Can you rephrase that question?
Is your repeat reference to April Tardy a reference to what you've read about her or anything that you have heard directly about her from subordinates previously or from your own observations?
No proven observation. It's all post after she came here and was part of the station groups. And then I heard that she went to civil service and didn't have in it and explained what it was. You know, and then some of it was just the fact that I heard that people that work the station weren't happy because of the fact they used to get that too. You know, so that's what it is.
And when you were sheriff, did she, was she underneath you in the chain of command or was she above you in the chain of command?
She was lonely.
Yeah. And who was above you in the chain of command during the period when you were undersheriff from 2019 to 2022?
The sheriff.
And what was his name?
Al being a little.
Okay. And were you undersheriff during the period of February 2022 when the off-duty incident of deputies in a drunken brawl in Montclair occurred?
Yes.
And your testimony was here today, you had no awareness of that episode whatsoever?
No, because you're talking about a drunken fight at a bowling alley. So that doesn't go for the attention of the, of my level. It's handled by, at mostly the chief. In fact, the, review was handled by the chief at the end, and then advised, I think Sheriff Lino was advised after the, what we call case review. But he didn't know about Dr. Case review himself, so.
Was the dereliction to be aware or respond to that incident April Tardy's fault as well?
No, sir.
So, and was there any follow-up about that incident whatsoever, which occurred on your watch during the remainder of your tenure on the force in the chain of command?
Again, I'm not aware of any follow-up. The case was fully investigated by internal affairs. And, again, the level of the offense never rose to notify me.
Regarding the Indian tattoos that existed at the industry station, do you wish to add all to your testimony or your answer to the question about awareness of those Indian tattoos today?
No, sir.
Because for the record, your answer, if you had seen an Indian tattoo, what would you have done? And your answer was nothing, sir. Do you wish to add to that at all?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Deputy?
Yeah, I'm sure. Thank you for being here today. Appreciate you being here and answering our questions. Just to kind of clarify the record with the Bandito incident in Kennebec happened in October of 2018. You were at that point, what was your rank then, captain of the industry station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When were you elevated? Did you skip a rank, right from captain of the industry station to undersheriff or chief? What was your promotion?
Well, I went from captain to assistant sheriff, but yet I did my time as a commander, even though I have the duties of assistant sheriff.
Okay, give me the timeline. So Alex is sworn in December.
Yeah.
When did you become anything other than the captain, as you say?
When I did the identification,
No, wait, once Alex got sworn in, when did he elevate you?
it'd be, in December of,
So the same month he was sworn in.
yes,
So you went to, you then became assistant sheriff in December of 2018.
yes,
So you were assistant sheriff when this investigation was sort of ongoing in the Candy Hall situation.
yes,
Were you in the promotional process of Chief Burton? Did you have some say in the promotion of Chief Burton from captain to chief?
yes.
When did that happen?
That I don't recall. What I heard from the guys supporting.
Let's go back in ancient history a little bit. Go back to when you got the pavement. So we just want to figure out, was that something you got at the conclusion of your training? Or is it something after you've been on training for a number of years?
It was after training, but how long afterward, I don't recall, but he got a lot of training.
Okay, but it was the kind of thing like, I got off training, good for me, I get to go down and get a pavement, that's it, that's not the situation.
No, sir.
So it's after you show whatever you need to show, that later on, after you've been all training for a while, that you then matriculated and become a cable.
Yes,
Then you left Eastern Lane at 87, went to industry,
no, sir.
or where'd you?
I went to, recruitment, in 87,
Okay. How long did you do?
a couple of years.
Oh, I don't think. But you know, when did you get?
Um,
What days you got? I get it.
yeah,
I'm with you.
at least maybe 14 years in, so maybe 3.
As a, you want to be, as a, sorry.
Yes, sir.
So you never worked in trades together?
No.
I think all,
All right, thanks.
Luis?
I wanted just to go back to the Fort Apache. I guess, background context. And correct me if I'm wrong. But as far as I think of the record that reflected, the logo was really born out of the white Apache's ECLA residents and those the ECLA and the LA Sheriff Station and the anti-gay war protesters in the 1970s Toronto moratorium. So if we look at that history context, I mean, shortly after that, then Sheriff Pitches and talking about keeping a low profile, which I think that's a sort of collaborative. So I bring that up because when we hear as Mike as a commissioner spent time in the LA County Jail, I go back to 1992 with the culture report, and we have the 2011 CCJV report, the RAND report. We had Sheriff Baca who sat before the Board of Supervisors and said, "Don't elect me." And I come from a family of law enforcement. I have the lived experience of jail and prison, and when I hear the discussion of staging tattoos and those tattoos that meet the legal definition of PC 13670, every station that there is up on the wall, that would be somebody painted identifying, description of what this, CRDF has its century and it has a big emblem or logo that's painted on the wall. I think every station has one. Secret Rivera has one. And from what I understand, like people tardy, she got a station tattoo that matches the station's identifying logo that's on every county substation. Now, currently, this administration, the policy for deputy gangs in the sheriff's department that aligns with PC 1370 is in this meeting confirm process. And you're retired. Retirements look good on you. You know, both my, and my family both retired after 35 years, and so wish you all the best in retirement. As a private citizen now, as a resident in Los Angeles County, given this history of this issue, whether it's suburbs or blah, 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 whatever it is, there's a problem that has been recognized by various county commissions, various reports. Do you think of this policy of this administration when it comes down and is enforced within the department? Do you think that will begin to differentiate between the station tattoo and what's a tattoo that meets legal criteria of PC?
I think they're walking a difficult line, trying to decide what to be a tattoo, what's a bad tattoo. That's why in a general, when the department banned tattoos, I just upon a regular tattoo different from one with a guy on a party. Well, we couldn't differentiate. So we came up with a policy that you couldn't sold any tattoos. So anytime the department's been trying to decide that this group's okay and that one's bad, it's going to open a can of worms. You stand by for lawsuits. Because the criteria is just because for either you ban them all or you deal with it as it comes. And again, we look at it on it as if there's a violation that you do, then we deal with it. But if the group associated with a group, that applies it into the policy. But the tattoo itself alone, you know, you feel like street games. You know, I said if a guy walked in there with 18th Street tattoo, I think they put him on game member. There's set criteria that needs to be met. That's what LMP got in trouble where they named this out as identifying guys. Well, there's 5 or 6 things that need to be checked off. So that's why they got in big trouble. That's where it's going to get tougher here for Luna to walk that line to say this one's okay and this one's bad. You know, that's where I said if you can figure it out, pass off them, but it's not an easy road to walk.
Okay. Yeah, 2 questions. Back to Kay again. Is there any correlation between tattoo in particular watch at the station? For instance, when people have K-band tattoos, the PM people have banditos. I know there are different errors, so don't be brought up. But was there any correlation between that tattoo and watch and the work?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And based on it, when you know that you've been law enforcement a long time. If you're going to give a new deputy sheriff any advice, they came to you and said, I'm thinking about getting a tattoo. What would your advice be today?
Well, in a lot of what's going on there, we had chiefs, myself, command staff, anytime we talk to deputies with patrol schools, stations, discouraging getting any tattoos. Whether you think they're good or bad, it's not a good thing. You know, it's not sending out the message that you want. So we're strongly telling them not to get a tattoo. And that's our advice.
Okay, so can I just ask Mr. Murakami, as the former second in command of the sheriff's station, is it your opinion that you can't fire or discipline a sworn law enforcement member who has a KKK tattoo or a Nazi tattoo?
I think we can.
So deputy sheriffs can walk around with a swastika tattoo on their body, and that's not, no one can do anything about it.
I think law is covered at work. I mean, that's my belief. And I could be wrong.
And if they shoot members of the public, people who are of color, It's irrelevant, and you can't do anything when they have a KKK tattoo, because that's their First Amendment right, in your view.
I think you're taking it to another level.
Well, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, I don't. As far as the criminal aspect, no, in terms of liability, it'd be immense.
What about firing, disciplining? Like, I don't want you and my law enforcement agency policing the public with a swastika tattoo,
I'm not sure if you could.
okay? And you said that one of the reasons you can't is because you can't use the tattoo as evidence really of anything, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said you can't arrest a gang member with an 18th Street tattoo because the tattoo's not enough.
Right.
But isn't it true that it is one of the 5 or 6 things you use to make the opinion that someone is gang involved?
It's one.
One, that's what I said. One of the 5 or 6 criteria, right?
Yes,
So why isn't a deputy gang tattoo on an officer one of the criteria that could be used to assess whether they're violating Penal Code 13670, which prohibits membership in a law enforcement gang? And that's the legislature's term, not mine.
I don't believe you can. It's within their rights in the First Amendment. Again, you're drawing them out further than it should be.
So you can use the tattoo as circumstantial evidence of proof that a young person is in a criminal street gang, but you can't use the tattoo as circumstantial evidence that a member of the sheriff's department may be a member of a law enforcement gang.
I can let you know this honestly. I'm finally offended that you're comparing a police officer to.
I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. The statute refers to groups that associate together under common symbol, and it states a tattoo. And you're telling me as the former second in command of the sheriff's department that you cannot use that as evidence of anything with respect to law enforcement gangs.
Well, I'm telling you that's my belief, and if Sheriff Luna believes otherwise, he can do what he wants to do now. I'm done, but I'm just being good.
And do you think, well, first I should say, is this the first time, Mr. Murakami, that you have publicly admitted that you have a caveman tattoo?
I believe so.
And in fact, in the past, haven't you denied that you were affiliated with the caveman?
I was unresponsive.
I'm sorry,
Unresponsive.
I don't understand your answer. Have you in the past denied that you were affiliated with the caveman?
I was unresponsive and gave no response.
You were unresponsive. So you were trying to deliberately evade answering that question.
That's a personal question. So yes, I'm there. Based on my heart, right? Yes.
And is that, were you trying to evade answering the question because you knew it would be perceived as a improper thing for a law enforcement officer to do?
No, sir.
No. Do you think that you, as the undersheriff, suffered from a conflict of interest in making decisions about whether or not to investigate a deputy gang within the ranks?
Again, I take note of your use of the word deputy gang.
Law enforcement gang, I'll use the statutory language. Do you think that you have a conflict of interest in making decisions whether or not to investigate a law enforcement gang because you yourself have a caveman tattoo? Now, I think in 2020, you said that you removed or altered the caveman tattoo. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you no longer wanted to be associated with the caveman?
I guess you say that.
And after you altered the caveman tattoo to make it a different tattoo, do you recall ever bragging to other individuals in a gym in industry that they, quote, can't get me now, unquote? Did you say that?
Never.
Did you tell 3 other law enforcement members in a gym in industry that you had removed the tattoo so that nobody could get you now, they couldn't accuse you of being a caveman. Did you say that?
No,
So if somebody said you said that, they would be lying.
yes,
And then my final question for you, because you've been here a long time, and I do appreciate you finally coming here, is did you say that the department had done a study of tattoos and shootings, and that the Risk Management Bureau found that there was no correlation?
I believe basically there was, it was based on the lawsuits. Where they looked into, Austin, exactly remember the details, but it's trying to look into a correlation between allegations of deputy coverage and shootings, and they found no correlation.
First of all, who did this?
It was, the commander of the Risk Management Bureau, he's the one who was fired, I can't remember his name, but you should get it on here, right?
What did he look like?
Bill White, kind of balding.
Could be a lot of people.
Not very tall.
And this year, wow,
Is probably, I think that's 2020.
then I ask, how could the commander of the Risk Management Bureau conduct a study evaluating the correlation between having law enforcement gang tattoos and shootings and find no correlation if none of you have anybody in the department, if they have any tattoo, but it's more a tattoo affiliated with a law enforcement gang?
They did it based upon the loss allegations of lawsuits.
Okay, but my question is like, how do we conduct any kind of valid study of having a deputy or law enforcement gang tattoo in police shootings when you've already told us that none of you asked anybody if they have tattoos, so how could that study be valid?
No, it's based upon, I said, but they did it based upon lawsuits. Believe.
Well, but how could you look into it? You just told us you won't ask anyone those questions.
I gave you my response, you keep repeating it, I'm a teacher.
Well, I know, I'm not trying to be quarrelsome, I'm trying to figure out how this study could be done. And it's your claim, as you sit here today, that no leader in the LASD can ask any deputy whether or not they have one of these tattoos that are associated with a law enforcement gang.
I think it's changed now where they are asking, but I'm not positive, I'm not remembering. But at the time we were dealing with it, there was concern over violating employee rights.
Do you ever worry about the members of the public who have to interact with deputies who have an executioner tattoo?
No,
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, along this line, because, laws involved, personnel policies involved, mores and cultural. Beliefs involved. Now, you made the decision to, but I think what you're saying is alter behavior. You made that decision from your own coach. No one asked you to do that, and you decided to do that. And I think you said because of the kind of atmosphere, groups like this, it became, even though you may not have had intention when you got the tattoo, it became something different
yes, sir.
in the public side.
Yes, sir.
Do you, now that you know you've had all this experience, 40 years dedicated to the department, dedicated to the community safety, do you now, would you say, from a reasonable person's perspective, that this whole issue of law enforcement gangs, these tattoos that have menacing names, executioners, banditos, these are not like Mickey Mouse clubs. They have, those kind of types. They're not friendly, they're not wearing friendly titles, they're kind of miss. So would you, how do you feel now, and you're retired, private citizen, all you've been through in Washington Department, and heard us go on now for 6 years about this issue, that, do you think it's fair to say that the public's trust has been violated by even the controversy, whether it's been proved 100% that there's evil behind it, or there's been bad behavior, or actionable criminal activity, that the community's trust in a department that you love has been violated with this issue that we can't seem to dig our way out. What do you
I think, the intent of the deputies involved is not anything bad, but the way it's being perceived now, it is different. That's why, I recommend people have them and remove them. And again, we encourage new deputies never to get one, because it's not sending out a positive message. And that was not the intent, but again, the intent versus perception are two different things. And public perception is important. So again, we're talking about it's done. Don't do it anymore. It's foolish, and it's not achieving what you think it does. That's why I think it's a loss.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Murakami, I wish I could say your obligations are completely over. There's a couple disputes on outstanding, but we'll see if we can work it out. But your obligations to this community today are certainly over, and I appreciate you coming and engaging in this difficult testimony about an issue that is equally for our community. So thank you. We're going to take, I'll have public comment. We're going to take public comment.
Show me contact.
Dan, no, it's just voting.
Good afternoon. You all know, Raquel Derfler from Capital Contract AD. Comment on I'm here really to once again amplify and keep in your minds Deanna Finlayson, who was shot and murdered by Deputy Kai Felton on December 4th. In her own home, she called 911 with help with a domestic violence situation, and this happened in front of her 9-year-old daughter. The reason I'm bringing this up is that Deputy Kai Shelton has alleged ties to deputy gangs, and that's what we're here to discuss. As far as which one, I'm certain, being in the Alamo Valley, probably the rattlesnakes or the cowboys. But as we know, there's not a lot of information about what happens up in the northern part of LA County. What I can tell you is that he fits the pattern. So back in the summer of 2020, did the same thing, responded to a domestic violence call, shot, killed an elder in the community, Michael Thomas. After being on desk duty for several months, was returned to the streets, unleashed back on the residents of the Antelope Valley. Was also promoted to the position of training officer. He seemed to have a certain type of community member that he targets, both being black and always seems to involve a domestic violence call. I unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, watched the video in that call. It was something I did not want to do. I had to emotionally distance myself because I was watching someone being murdered. So the video showed, the body cam showed that when the officers arrived, as they were trying to kick down the door because they heard some type of altercation in the home, in the apartment, they never announced that they were law enforcement. So would you answer the door if someone is kicking at your door and you don't know who they are? You have to get open the door. She had a knife in her hand, but that knife was given to her by her 9-year-old daughter to protect herself. That wasn't using her and took hands off her daughter. In the 60 minutes that it took them to get there, she never used it on the gentleman. If she was going to do something, she would have done it before it arrived. They come into the apartment. The deputy actually felt him toss aside the taser, and in less than minutes, shoots the young 4 times in front of her daughter. So I'm asking this body to please put independent eyes on that, for her, and also please dig in deeper to what's going on with the rattlesnakes and the cowboys. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, followed by Clark Brown.
Good afternoon, my name is Michelle Infante, I'm with the Community Power Now. It's always interesting to sit up here during these deputy gang hearings to watch a pathological liar up there continuously talk and lie in front of all these people. It's interesting to watch a sociopath and a narcissist sit up there and only do what's best for them. He had 43 years to do something about what he saw, and he did nothing. And after 43 years, this man comes up here and wants us to believe that he can't remember anything. It's not a culture. It's a way of life. It's not a culture. It's a way of life. They live it every day. They're killing people every day. And I think that most of you that have been up here for a long time, with the exception of a few of you, know that this is an organization that needs independent. We need to have independent people, agencies come in to be able to look at this kind of stuff. Time after time and question after question was, what did you do about any of this stuff? And they said they didn't have anything to substantiate. You have absolutely nothing after 43 years of families coming to you, complaint after complaint. Complaining, it's not just the beating that these families are taking, that their loved ones are taking. These people's lives are being taken. They're not lost, they're being taken. These are homicides. These are homicides. These are not accidental killings. And you cannot come up here and say that you have a tattoo that only means pride. You had 40 years to show your pride. And you didn't. What you showed us was that you're a sociopath. You people are relentless. You have no remorse. You're deceitful. You gaslight, and you don't care about anyone. And every one of you know that what I'm saying is a fact. Because all you have to go back and do is look year after year what these people are doing. These people are dying not from sickle cell anemia. They're not dying from hardening of the arteries. We have 16 bullets in the back of someone who's running away. So how many more times do we need to bring these people up here? It's the same story. And the same families are saying the same thing. These people cannot investigate themselves, and it's apparent. We need independent investigations just to look over your own department, because you can't do it. Everything is that you cannot substantiate. It's not that you can't substantiate, it's that you're a fucking liar. That's what it is. You're a liar, and you want to cover what's criminal.
Thank you. Clark Brown, followed by Cindy Loyola.
I just have a couple of comments on the testimony today. And I agree with the prior speaker that there seems to be an element of all these professionals in the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department where there is a sociopathic element to being unable to recognize the danger of a gang of professionals that carry weapons in our community. So the names we heard today of these groups were Grim Reaper, executioners, banditos, red devils. Those are not the names of any softball team I've ever heard. And I think the testimony today, as the prior person said, is embarrassingly sociopathic not to recognize that. Any child would recognize what those things are. The tattoos we've seen today, skulls, guns pointed at you, dead man's hands. These are not logos for a softball team. And I think it's absurd that the prior sheriff Villanueva and this guy sit in the public and pretend, as he said, quote, the intent of these deputies is not anything bad. You have those names, you have those graphic skulls, guns pointed at you, not anything bad. Again, I agree, it's sociopathic. And I don't know how you're going to break this down in this group of professionals. He agrees that they're menacing, but it's not anything bad. He agrees that this is for pride and hard work. And it's all of these names and all of these designs. We saw an ankle with a tattoo with a bullet hole in it today. But this is not anything bad to the second in command of the sheriff's department. That's what we're dealing with. You all were professional and fantastic today, but it's hard to watch. Right?
Thank you.
Cindy Navarro.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to make it known, it's just my opinion, I believe that the gangs within the police department branch out. And the reason I'm saying this is because on my own personal matter, my case, there's a judge involved. For a judge to backdate a warning on a plane boarding to Hawaii that I found out he's on vacation, he wouldn't risk his job. So I'm just letting you guys and the public aware of my theory, which it involves other agencies and entities that are involved in this. Also, let me see, the Temple City Sheriff's Department instructed Ruben Gonzalez, Stephen Fielder, and Arthur Villanueva. I'm coming for you guys, not in a violence term, but for your guys' attention. Just because this is going to be online, I just wanted to say it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two online public comment. First of all, we have Selena Coleman. Can you please unmute yourself? Selena Coleman, go ahead. Can you please unmute yourself, Selena Coleman?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you guys for taking the time out and listen to us as a community. I just want to say it's deep embedded within the county. As an employee, I see the union and the county, they check and balance themselves as they make these rules and policies that they don't follow. Within the department, you know, they use the union to protect themselves. But when the union is responsible to check back to the county, it seems like nothing is getting done. And I say that because I'm an affected family. And as we create these new policies, I really want y'all to think about time frame, because in 2015, my daughter's life was ruined by what LA County Sheriff's Department did in the Antelope Valley. And we're on year 8, and she is still homeless, and she is still having mental health issues, trying to maintain her family. And as a mother, to work for Los Angeles County and to be a steward of SEIU 721 for 22 years, and to witness the behavior, even in 2023, them holding LA County Sheriff's holding my daughter for 14 days, playing with her life. As I'm calling on the phone frantically, identifying myself as a mother, as an LA County employee, which department, and still being affected because the people on the phone can only do so much when the people in control are doing things that are criminal. And so I say, think about the cause and effect of this. We are on year 8. My grandson is 14 years old. He lost both his parents for the first 5 years of this death after the police killed, and now it says on his death certificate, homicide. So it's not a question. It's a fact that he was murdered, right, by the police. And he got victimized, but all of that don't even matter. What matters is the people that are left behind and the recovery that we are trying to recover from, and them still acting like this is not a human rights issue for everybody involved, because it is. Thank you.
Next up is Julie Martinez. You've been unmuted. Please unmute yourself.
Need to speak to the commission. Thank you for this examination of how deeply embedded deputy gang members with badges are embedded in the largest sheriff department in our nation. The second in command has continued to deny deputy gangs, and as the testimony revealed, he was not truthful when asked questions prior. Thank you to Commissioner Kennedy for drawing attention to the fact that young youth in our community are held liable and received enhancements, criminal enhancements, when they contain a when they contain a gang tattoo on their body. And yet Murakami was unable to draw the connection that he could have utilized the same criteria based on the penal code, which identified gang tattoos. And he refused to, by saying, how dare you draw a comparison between sworn deputies and the general public or a criminal, when in fact, he alone should know how deep the criminality is within his former department. He should know how many people who were formerly working for the sheriff department were convicted of a crime. I do have a unique perspective. I am the grandmother of a child who was shot and murdered by a member of the Bandidos gang in East LA. At the time of my grandson's murder in June of 2019, different community members approached our family and identified the officer Saavedra from the East LA station as being a member of a deputy gang, and yet we had no proof until a very brave whistleblower came forward in an interview and identified Saavedra. So our problem of those of us who grew up in East LA, have ties to East LA and all of LA County, we are still dealing with deputy gang members that are still actively involved. And it is a fallacy that these deputy gang members do not wear their prejudice and their hate and their racism on their bodies. And it is a fallacy that when they're out in the community, they are not prejudiced against the communities that they have identified with by their gang affiliation. I don't know what needs to change except that these deputy gang members be fired immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes our public comment.
Okay, I think that concludes this hearing. Anthony, Laura, Julia, I just want to thank you for assisting this volunteer commission. We could never have pulled off an examination like this without all of your hours of work. And thank you, the firm of Service Land. For donating their time to help us develop this evidence. We really appreciate it. That's going to conclude this hearing. I wish I could announce the date of our regular hearing, but it isn't set, is it? We are going to be at St. Anne's on the 13th, which is next Wednesday. And have our regular meeting. I wish I could say that this concludes our special hearings on deputy gangs, but as we all know, the witness refused to answer some questions that relate to discrimination claims that were sustained against him. So I'm going to leave this open, and we may or may not have further hearings at a later date. Thank you, everyone.
Chair. Listen here.
I didn't say this one. Emailed. Been occupied today.
Thanks, so.
Yeah, okay.
What's that?
Tom? Excellent. Thanks.
Like, should have used the voice.
Thank you. People party.